All right. How y'all doing? What's going on? Get in here, get in here, get in here. Honey, if you thought yesterday was explosive, you ain't seen nothing yet, honey. Okay? When I tell y'all, ooh, I still got chills from last night. If you missed last night live, when I tell you everybody was here, everybody was monitoring. It got ballistic, child. Okay? It really did. But let me know if you guys can hear me. If you guys can hear me, please press that too. All right. So we have some more audio. And let's see. If you was here last night, press 9. If you was here last night, press 9. Before I bring Storm, Quiet Storm, that is, before I bring Quiet Storm up, what did y'all think about last night? Okay? What did y'all think about last night? What did y'all think about last night? I was not expecting that, you know? And that's the thing about this show is you always going to get the unexpected. I just never know, honestly. What Storm brought to the table, I had no idea Storm was going to bring that. I mean, I knew he was going to bring something. I knew he was working on something. But how he brought it last night, oh my God. So, Storm, he has a doozy for us again. And I just want to say thank you, Storm, for all the hard work he have done behind the scenes, getting this information for this community at the Messy Sweet Spot. We really appreciate him, right? Right. Okay. Okay. I'm looking in the comment section. Okay. It was a hot mess at the end. But you know what? This situation is a hot mess, you know? So you got to take it like that. The situation with Angie, all her fake friends betraying her, people still taking advantage of her kids, it's a mess. So, of course, in order to get to the bottom of it, it's going to get real messy. It's going to get real messed up. That's why I got my gloves on now. Hey, Quiet Storm, how are you tonight?
I'm doing fine, Gigi. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I was just recuperating because last night you shut it down last night with that exclusive that you brought to this community. When I
Mm-hmm.
tell you that everybody was monitoring and watching and everything, I didn't know what to think. I was flabbergasted. I didn't know if I was gonna go left, right, up, and down. I was just nervous. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
what are your thoughts? Talk to me.
Well, my thoughts is this. We have a core of people putting things together, and at the end of the day, the stories will all come together. They'll all work themselves out. And here's the one thing that I need the community to understand is that my theory is no better than the other person's theory. But at the end of the day, all our theories will come and make common sense as to what happens. This this is a fact. So I do what I do, and everybody else do what they do. And I am, as you know, not a YouTuber. Yes, I
Right.
have a chat. I have a
I'm
channel.
a YouTuber,
Good, good. Yeah, yes.
but you ain't
So
no YouTuber. I'm a
no, I'm
YouTuber.
not. I'm not a YouTuber, and I don't intend to be a YouTuber. I'm here because I am pissed off about what happened to Angie Stone.
And we appreciate you being here. Ain't that right, gang? Don't y'all appreciate Storm being here? Press 2 of you appreciate Storm for being here. Okay. We appreciate
And
Storm.
and although I love all of the platforms, especially my big bro. I'm older than him, but my big bro, Paperwork.
Shout out
I
to Paperwork. Shout out to Paperwork. Go ahead.
I refuse to let anyone try to put any strife between us because it will not happen for me. That's my brother in military arms, and we have a code, and I stick by that code. I live by that code.
Okay.
That's my brother. He will be nothing less than my brother. And we may have crossroads of opinions, and we may have opposite roads of opinion, and we may have parallel roads of opinion. But I can guarantee you, at the end of the day, it's going to complete the story. You can believe that. That being said, family, I'm going to shift your thoughts tonight. And I am going to paint the picture for you, if you will, of a person that is nefarious, that operates by the premises of theft by deception, thievery, and what do you call those people? A bootlegger. If a person has in them to bootleg products that don't belong to them, they have the complicity to steal music and anything else. I'm not saying that this is a fact, but I will tell you allegedly that I believe it is the fact. You see, I can shift. And while shifting, I've been doing work on different forefronts. So, tonight, family, I'm going to give you undisputable receipts to show you the character of a bootlegger. Well, Storm, what bootlegger are you talking about? I am talking about Shayna Shell. I am talking about Shayna Shell Von Shea. Now, I'll begin the story tonight by following up on the statement that was said that Shayna Von Shell has only been around Angie for 6 months. I'll concede to that thought. I will not make an argument against it, but I will present some facts prima facie, which means on the face of the record, that causes me to give doubt to that thought. Storm, where you going with this, Storm? I'm going to tell you that I believe things are much worse than what is presented on the table. I do. I think it's much worse. Why do I think it's much worse? Well, we're going to let the receipt speak for itself. Are you guys ready?
I don't know, but let's see.
It's time to roll. Give me 1 second, Gigi. Talk to
Oh,
him for 30. Talk.
take your time. Are y'all ready for this? What man Storm got more receipts? Who gonna pop up and call this night? Okay.
I would invite them to do that tonight.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Are y'all ready for this?
I invite it. Tonight I invite it. I would love it. And tonight I would like to have the floor with you, the viewing audience tonight, in a positive manner. If you
That's
want to if you want to argue, we can't talk.
right.
If you will allow me to be a gentleman, I want to talk to you. If you will respect me in my individual capacity and speak your mind without disrespect, we can have a conversation. Because our conversation may lead us to other opening of information that can be compiled. Okay?
Right. It's
So
no need for all that arguing, all that name calling. If we have difference of opinion, that's just what it is. This is a big world. Nobody is gonna agree with everybody. We all different. So, accept somebody different opinion, see what you can get for it, and then just be cool about it and move on. But all the name calling, it's not necessary. Y'all too grown. Hell.
That's right. It's completely not necessary at all. Okay, Gigi, would you post Exhibit 1 on the screen, please?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Magic is here. Let me know when you want me to bring her up.
Oh, bring her up. I need Magic tonight.
Hey, Magic.
I am
Magic,
in the building. I'm in the
Magic.
building, bro. You got me. You got me. I'm
Okay.
here.
Now, tonight, I'm going to need you to do me a favor.
Okay.
I'm going to need you to speak low, calm, and precise tonight. There's a reason for
Okay.
that. Okay?
Okay.
I wish Sis Puzzle was around, but because we need that too. But tonight, what I'm going to do tonight is I want to plant the seed of deception of an individual in the minds of the people. And I want you to broaden your mind of how this person may be the absolute puppet master in this whole situation.
Storm, before you start, can I ask Magic a few questions?
Yes.
Okay, Magic.
Yes.
Did you watch that show last night?
Which one? Which show?
This show last night at the Messy Sweet Spot.
Yes, I did.
What was your thoughts? They had Gigi scared as hell, didn't they?
They thought they did, but I hope you wasn't, because I wasn't. I just feel that was just what we would call like let me get the best word for that. That was kind of first of all, I didn't believe it. I thought it was something that I didn't feel anything from it through the internet. I just thought to my mind that it wasn't real. It wasn't believable. It was someone that was under the sense of desperation that wanted to curtail the information to make it seem like we were all off track. And that person sound desperate. That person didn't even sound like they knew what was going on. I mean, you dropped, us and everything, and they came on, but it just sounded like somebody that's scared. It sounded like somebody that their back is against the wall because we're getting closer and closer to the reality of what happened. So that sounded like a dog trying to hide its tail, if that makes sense.
You said somebody sounds scared. You wasn't
Yeah.
talking about Gigi.
Oh, not Gigi. Because Gigi, you play around and all that, but Gigi, you got your faculties. You ain't no joke. So if they thought they was tricking you, you tricked them into saying what they wanted to say, and we all got to hear that. They came on board to try to turn the car around.
Magic, I want to keep my scared story. Okay, don't change my narrative.
Okay. Well, if you scared and shaking, we got your back, Gigi, because ain't nobody coming for you. We got you.
I'm scared, y'all. Can y'all hit that cash out? Because I'm scared as hell. Okay, I need security.
All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready?
Storm ready. I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, wait a minute. Somebody asked Storm, how do you feel about what Paperwork was saying? Let me say this. Paperwork has an investigation that he's doing, and Paperwork is on the path that he knows in his heart is correct. So I'm not against that. I spoke with one of the parties. I have video and I have audio. But it doesn't mean that I believe in heart what was said. But I present it to you because I said that I am going to hunt and find the individual. And I brought it back to you that I did and I found. Mm-hmm. That was my point. Oh. So I don't want anyone to put any separation between myself and Paperwork. That's my brother.
Yeah, no beef, no drama over here. We love Paperwork. We love everybody. Now, what Storm said, it scares me even more, Magic. And to all of y'all, yes, the narrative, I'm scared as hell. You damn right, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'll say it 50 times. Okay. The Storm said he gonna find and threaten you. I didn't say that. That's what Storm said, okay? And see, my thought is this. Angie said that same stuff on her internet, and then she was unalived. These people are real. This darkness is real. Okay. And I'm just letting you, I didn't say, you know what I mean? And this is some hell. Listen, I got my cross and I'm holding on to my cross right now.
All right. But Gigi, I want to say this here. Please, anyone watching this platform, there is no beef. I'm not beefing with my brother. I'm not going to beef with my brother. My brother has said nothing to offend me. Paperwork has said nothing to offend me. And I will never say anything to offend him. Never. Not only that, we stand on one thing that we have in common: getting justice. Our roads will align. Now, that being said, let's get into business.
Okay, I tried to add, it won't add. Hold on. What? Oh, you know why? I'm sorry. I have to put that up. Okay.
All right. What we have here, Gigi, would you make that full screen? Can you make that full screen?
I can. Okay.
Okay, there you go. All right. If you look at the screen very closely, the gentleman in the blue is Michael, Angie Stone's son. The young lady in the middle is who I told you about, Storm. I can't remember the other part of her name. That's her in the middle. The other young lady with the yellow hair, go whatever color that is, that
Blind, that's 613 blind. I know my wigs. Go ahead.
that is Shayna Shells. If you look closely on that table, that is products that she's selling. If you look at the white bags on that bag is an image and logo that says Sacred Sound. Sacred Sound. Sacred Sound is the same name that the IR code for buying the obituaries of Angie Stone goes to. Right there. Now, what is so significant about this, Storm? I'm going to tell you what's significant about this. If you look at the bottom of the screen, it says 96 views streamed 2 years ago. 96 views streamed 2 years ago. 96 streams. 96 views streamed 2 years ago. That means 2 years ago, Michael and Shayna Von Shea, Shayna Shells, were working together. Before he brought her in the house of Angie Stone. I'm waiting. Do anybody see any cap here? Huh? Does anybody see any cap?
Magic?
I would say so, because if you only had that amount of notification of streams, and that's a very low number. So yeah, I do.
No. It's not about the number.
Okay.
What am I focusing at? The statement last night was 6 months. I'm showing you that there was a longer relationship than 6 months.
2 years. This says 2 years ago.
Exactly.
So that means that the wheels were turning. Something was going on that led up to what happened.
Exactly. This didn't just start. No.
How has she helped Michael? Because have you seen his progress? Is he getting better?
I have not seen Michael. So I can't
No,
speak on.
you see his presence 2 years ago, then you look at his current, ain't not changed. I'm saying, did his music get better?
His
Um,
music, his
him,
music, his music does not sound bad. I'm gonna give Michael credit to that. I
mm,
I actually like a couple of his songs.
okay. But was he like that before she got in the picture, or did she help him?
I don't know what he was like before she got in the picture. So I'm only showing a timeline that they've been working together for longer than what people are being let think are being told.
It was rumors that they had some hanky panky. Do you believe that, or you think that's just fuss between
No,
this girl?
I absolutely believe it.
You
And
believe what?
yes, and what I yes, I believe it because they had a relationship. They had a relationship.
What type of relationship?
Allegedly, they had an intimate relationship.
Mm. Are they the same age?
No, he's 20 years younger than she is.
20 years younger. How did Angie feel about that?
Well, you
I mean, that's her son, that's her baby. I don't know how many would want their girlfriend that's their age coming on to their son.
well,
Well, quiet as kept, the same thing happened with her and D'Angelo.
okay, that's what I was clearing my voice for just now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What you trying to say, Magic?
No, there's no trying to say this is exactly what
No,
happened.
that's what happened. D'Angelo was like 19 and she was 30.
What?
Yes, and she wrote the song Shout Brown Sugar Babe, and I didn't even find that out as an adult. But yeah, um basically stated in a lot of different reports. She said that she saw the light in him when other people didn't see it, and she was the one that built him up, and then when she built him up they snatched him away, and then he is the one that went behind her back and hooked up with Mary and other people behind the scenes to start create a campaign against her. But she's the one that helped him to create his style and all that, even help him with his catalog, right, his album, help him with the majority of that. I feel that honestly, looking back now, she was giving away her talent for free,
Okay,
and that's why people were
so
able to use her.
yeah, but I want to stick to the narrative. Okay, so I don't want to get too far off base because I don't want to lose focus of where I am. So please forgive me, okay, sis, because
Yep.
I don't want to make the negativity out of relationship on Angie's side. I'm just saying what's happening right here now. Uh, Mercedes, with her comments, she's taking up for what was said last night. And yes, I said that she said 6 months. I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm not saying that that's good. I'm showing you that there was a relationship between these two people longer than that. To me, it don't matter if she was in Angie's house 2 years, 6 months, one day. This person is an evil individual. And I am about to prove that to you tonight. Tonight. Right now. I'm about to switch to exhibit 2. Let's talk about the uncouth selling of Angie's products after her passing. Let's talk about that for a second. If you think it's cool to sell somebody's products after they have passed away, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that that's bad, that's a very bad choice of a decision, put a 5 in the chat.
Well, I'm conflicted with that situation only because
No,
you
no,
just
but it's not fair that your decision, GGI, because I know where you are. But I want to see what the chat
okay.
say.
I'm gonna be quiet then.
Okay, so most of you think that is uncouth. All right, I'm glad you feel that way. All right, because here's why I say it's uncouth. Anytime you file a Chapter 13 and the judge grants that Chapter 13, a trustee is appointed to your bank account to handle the affairs of your finances that come in to the bank so that the debtors will start getting paid. So any money that you make from your brand will go to the account that the trustee is in charge of. So the likeness of material that belongs to Angie Stone is supposed to go to the bank account that the trustee has the checks for. If that money is not reported to the trustee, then that is theft by diversion. If you collect any money online, that is a federal offense because you do not have the authority to collect any of those funds. And on top of that, you are not reporting the funds to the trustee.
And to the estate.
Well, the estate is not established yet because there's not a executor appointed yet.
Got it.
So we ain't even got to that part yet. Okay? But since you mentioned it,
Okay.
let me address that for a second. Miss Shells has the audacity to contact people and tell them that she is the executrix of the estate and that she has the authority to make changes, sell things, and or collect money, and or make changes. No, you do not, ma'am.
Did
You
it
do
go
not
to the probate court? Did she initiate anything through probate?
I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying now.
Okay.
If she's not appointed the executrix, it could not have gone to probate court.
Got it. Got it. So she's acting in ill will and intention. I got it. I'm following you.
Okay, thank you. You've not been appointed. You just have not. Okay. Now, let's go to the product, the representation of the product. Here is some facts. Angie was doing business with a gentleman from the East Coast. And that gentleman supported and came up with a design of products for Angie to sell. This agreement had nothing to do with Shayna Shells. Miss Shells had nothing, no cooperation, no corroborating factors, nothing to do with the whole deal. I'm going to switch to Exhibit 2. You don't have to do anything, Gigi. I think I got it at this point. Oh no, yeah, yes you do. Okay, hold on a second. Let me do it here. Okay. Okay. Gigi, would you put that exhibit on the screen for me? The website that you're looking at is AuntieAngie.com. AuntieAngie.com. And what you see on the screen is the products that was prepared for Angie Stone to sell and market. As you can see, there is the bottle of hot sauce. That bottle reads 100% sucker free. 100% sucker free. 100% sucker free. Behind that bottle of hot sauce is a bag of Black Diamond coffee that was also designed by the person that owns the copyright, the trademark for these products. These products was created, put together, and distributed by this particular company. Now, Storm, how do you know this? Well, I know a little bit about patents and trademarks. And anyone that will market something like this with the star will most definitely be a proper business person, a proper company. And they would definitely represent themselves in a professional manner, doing straight up business. You see this bottle of hot sauce? I want you to look at it closely. At the top, you see the logo, 100% sucker free. On the bottom of that bottle, you see Angie Stone, 400% of hot stone. You see her face. Okay? Now, I'm going to bring up the next exhibit. Because I want you to see how ruthless this young lady is. So she's capable of doing this. She's also capable of stealing other things. Okay, would you please put that on the screen for me? Thank you. What you're looking at on the screen now is the United States Patent and Trademark Office, a government-ran organization that keeps up and licenses the patent and trademark of businesses and or names and or products that will be sold. What you see here now is, it didn't change it on the screen. Okay, let me go back. What you see here now is the word mark and logo of 100% sucker free. It says registered, live. And the owner of that name, which is not Shanna Wells. Gigi, I'm going to put up the next exhibit.
Okay.
Post it on the screen, please. Can anybody in the chat tell me what is wrong with this picture? Please tell me in the chat, what is wrong with that picture? I'm waiting on you to put it in the chat. At the top of the bottle, you see it says Auntie Angie on the label. The label says Auntie Angie. It doesn't say 100% sucker free. Shanna Shells, you stole the copyright and trademark that does not belong to you. You are a thief, ma'am. You only changed the name and you left everything else intact, which means that it is a trademark violation. You thief. You are a thief, Shanna Shells. The size of the bottle doesn't make a difference, but they're the same size. On the bottom of the you have Angie's face that is left the same. You have Angie Stone name that is still in the same font, and you still have the phrase 400% of hot stone, and it has the everything else on the bottom. Thus, leaving it the same trademark. You can't just change the name. You got to change everything. You got to change everything. You do not own this. And then she has the audacity to call the bottle company that packaged the bottles and tell them that they do not have the right to work with the people that designed and made this product, shipped this product, and tell them they have to do it like this. No, they won't do it because that is copyright infringement. And you don't have an agreement and you don't have the trademark. Shayna Shells, you don't. You're a thief. This is theft by deception. This is bootlegging. And last I heard, bootlegging is a federal offense. Shayna Shells, do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know it? Now, how many of y'all working with me? How many of y'all working with me? Do y'all see a crook on this thing, on the screen? Put felon in the chat. If you see a crook, put felon in the chat. Felon, the word felon. Put it in the chat.
We just put hashtag F.
Oh, okay, hashtag F.
Yeah,
okay.
Hashtag F. Don't keep putting felon. I don't want the algorithm to see what the
gotcha.
fuck going on over here.
You know I don't. You know I don't know. Okay, yeah. There you go.
Hashtag felon. Hell.
Just put the F. Just put the F. F only.
Okay, yeah, F. Did I say hashtag felon? I mean hashtag. Yeah.
Okay. Now, watch this. If you buy this bottle of hot sauce, you have a claim against her for theft by deception because you believe that you're buying Angie's product and Angie's idea that was trademarked when in fact you're buying a bootleg product. Bootleg. 100% bootleg. By who? Shanna Shells. Oh yeah, I'm on it tonight. I'm on it. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna cook. Storm, why would you make this an issue? If a criminal has the capacity to do this, then they have the capacity to do other things. She stole the hot sauce, she stole the coffee, she stole everything, and now she's out of product. She don't have no more product. She can't get no more product. Some of y'all probably ain't even got y'all product. because she ain't got none. You need to ask for a refund. If you did it through PayPal, dispute it and say that's not the product that I ordered. It is a sham. It was theft. It was theft by diversion, theft by deception. We're going to get some facts up in here tonight. Shanna, if you have the wits to do this and the mindset to change things where you can steal Angie Stone's money like this, what else have you stolen? Huh? What else have you stolen? Shanna, you do know that for every dollar that you take on the internet, that is a federal offense of wire trade. Do you not know that? Let me repeat that again. Do you know that it's wire fraud if you sell something online and collect money for it and it's fake? You have just committed wire fraud, which is a federal offense. Do you know that? Huh? Do you know that? Yeah. Inquiring minds that understand, would you please put it in the chat and let's talk to this sister tonight? Am I telling the truth here or not? If it's the truth, say truth. Hmm? Come on, bring the truth if it's the truth. Come on. I need y'all to help me tonight. Okay. Now, let me present to you something else here. And thank y'all for being patient tonight because I'm going to take my time tonight. And there'll be no dispute of what my intent is. You're going to clearly know. Gigi, please post the next exhibit on the screen for me, please. Family, I'm going to read to you what it says about trademark infringements. Rebranding a trademark item is a complex process and requires careful consideration of legal implications. Here are some key points to keep in mind. Permission is essential. I'm going to repeat myself. Permission is essential. If you're going to change the trademark of what someone's product is, you cannot change any portion of it and use 75-80% of its likeness and think that you changed it. You did not. It's still the same. It's still the same. You didn't change the picture. You didn't change the 400 degree. You didn't change it. You infringed on it. And if you don't get essential permission, if the item is trademarked by someone else, you must obtain explicit permission from the trademark owner to rebrand it. I'm going to say that again. If the item is trademarked by someone else, you must obtain explicit permission from the trademark owner to rebrand it. Unauthorized use or modification of a trademark item can lead to legal consequences, to include infringement claims. And for the record, ma'am, Miss Shana Wells, Trademark infringement, rebranding without permission, could result in trademark infringement, which occurs when your rebranded item causes confusion, which the original trademark is. This can lead to lawsuits, fines, and reputational damage, which means that you can go to jail, you can be sued, and you will be fined. If I'm cooking tonight, y'all, say true in the chat, please. I need my church to follow me. If it's true tonight, y'all, would y'all put true in the chat? True, 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 true. Because we going to talk to Shanna tonight. We talking to Shanna tonight, y'all. That's what we doing. We talking to Shanna. Thank y'all. All right. Now. This big back Wolverine didn't just start operating like this. I'm going to bring you another exhibit. I'm painting the pattern of the behavior of a crook, of a crook, of a crook. Gigi, would you post this exhibit on the screen for me, please? If you can make that one big, I needed it to be big so they can zoom, so they can get in tight on it.
This the biggest I can do.
That's the biggest you can do. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me see if I can make it big on my side.
I mean, I can see it. If you can
Okay.
just blow it up so her name won't be in there. So
Well, okay.
it don't come off like you're doxing her.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Okay. So let me do this. Let me do this. Okay. So this is an investor website. I'm gonna take it down because the name is there. Which you can bring us back on the screen.
Okay.
What you saw is an investor website that she signed up for. And no, I'm not using the word allegedly tonight because I have facts in black and white. So I'm not saying allegedly.
But I have to say allegedly on this
Oh,
platform.
you have to say,
Because
okay.
yeah,
All right.
and I think you have to just with the two because
Okay.
you already know people are sending lawyers. You
Okay.
know the type of storm that we are in. So
Okay.
I would just tread lightly because
Okay. Okay.
you just
All right.
never know what people got behind their sleeves.
Okay. So allegedly, you see all of this going on. Now, what I cannot say that Diamond is going along with this. I cannot say that Michael is going along with this, because I don't know that. I'm not in their home, so I don't know. It would seem to me, allegedly, that it would be hard for you not. It would be. It would be hard for you not to know if you in the same house. And if you don't know, If you don't know, then that makes this person even dangerous. How could that be? Hmm? How could that be? Please, please, please help me with that. Michael, how do you not know this? You've been sitting on a platform with her, with Shanna, for 2 years. How do you not know this? See, I want to give you benefit of the doubt, Michael. I really do. I want to give you benefit of the doubt. I really want to have some belief in you, my friend. I would like to. I would like to feel like you don't know. I want to feel that. But here we have a person that can hire lethal and and be doing all of what she's doing. Are you liking this young lady and she's stealing from under your nose and you are allegedly that naive to not know this? I could better accept this if it's just a straight out intimate relationship and you just put so much trust in it that you didn't know. Uh, you know, can you help? Can you help me with that? Huh? Can anyone else help me with that? Magic, help me out.
All right. Help you out with what specifics?
With
'Cause I don't want to say the wrong thing. I want to be precise.
with how is it possible that a person can live in the house with someone and this kind of things go on and you not know?
That is impossible. When you're living in a home with someone, the first thing that you pick up when someone walks into the home is energy. That's the first thing you pick up is energy. And if you love someone, you will know if they're under distress or if there's something going on or not. If you don't care for them, then that means that you're not paying attention, but you still can still feel that energy within the home. If there's love with that's in that group of family or people that are living under that household, um, one can trigger another that can trigger another. But there's no undenying way that anyone can say that no one will know that there's a situation happening living under the same roof.
Gigi, what about you?
Okay, can I just talk, Storm, or you don't want people to talk? If I have difference of opinion than you.
Oh, no, no, talk. That's what I want you to do.
Okay, I just gotta make sure now, cause sometimes you'd be like, hold up. Okay,
Oh, what? No, I've made my point now. I've laid the clockwork so
okay,
that you see with proof that this is what she's done,
got it. So
and
I
and that you see with proof that she's taking money that don't belong to her.
got it. So
Somebody is allegedly.
I know that it seemed like your whole spiel was, she is the villain. She is taking Angie's products and reselling them or redoing whatever. This is how I feel about it. If she's in a relationship with Michael, then she's in a relationship with Michael. Michael is probably over because you said that if Angie died, then the next person that's going to take over Angie's stuff is Michael because he is the male. So if the male is allowing this, he's a grown man. If he's okay with it, if he trusts this woman to rebrand his mom's stuff to keep her brand alive, then that's what it sounds like they're doing.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: why rebrand? Why would you rebrand it?
Why was she rebranded? Maybe I don't know why she would rebrand it. I would rebrand it if she had to go through a certain paperwork, or she felt that the person that rebranded it in the beginning, maybe they didn't do it right. I don't know. Or maybe she's trying to flip it so she can get a better cut. I don't know. I don't have that answer. Michael, why is she rebranding this? I mean, Michael knows everything. That is the protector. It's
Okay,
Michael.
okay. So let's look at this way. Let's look at this. All right. Companies rebrand all the time, but when they rebrand, they still are covered under their trademark because it becomes a part of their trademark. She
Got
didn't
it.
own a trademark.
Mercedes says it's not rebranded though. I just saw one of Angie's videos with both logos.
You saw one of Angie. Wait a minute. Say what now?
She said the both logos, Angie had both logos in the beginning.
I cannot say anything different to that at that point because if I don't know something, I don't know it. I don't know that that is, but I do know that the Auntie Angie brand is not what was contracted, and it's not the product that was shipped. That I do know. So I can't speak to that, and I find no credible source that would be recorded for that to take place. Not saying that they didn't see a video, because again, I'm saying me, I have not seen it. And
Right.
until I see it, I would not have a I'd have to see it and then research it in order to say anything on it. So what I don't know, and I'll say I don't know that.
Mhm. Oh well, I got magic back up in here, but that's my take from it. I'm not sold that she is a villain based on everything that you showed. I feel that Michael, he is like you said, he is the heir, he is the man. So it's up to what Michael wants. If Michael did not want that woman to do that, I'm sure Michael will come out here and say he did not want that girl to do that. Michael is not a child.
I totally agree. I agree with that as well.
Okay, so y'all agree with that, right?
Well, what you agree with, Madge, you got to make stuff.
I agree that that woman that's with Michael is doing things on the behalf of his approval. So I agree that she wouldn't be able to do what she's doing if he didn't approve of it.
Right.
Okay then. So let's look at this then. And people stop saying that I'm mad. We're having a adult conversation. I'm not mad about anything. I don't have anything to be mad about. Don't do that. Okay. So let's look at this way, right? Mhm. Let's 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 say Michael agrees with it, right? Let's say he's a part of it, right? And let's say that because he's a part of it, he also understands or should understand the legal consequences of collecting money and not reporting it to the trustee over the chapter 13. Let's go a step further. Okay? If if you live in a home or your family owns a home, let's say your mother, and your mother passed away, and there is a mortgage on that home, and the insurance is not enough to cover the cost of the home, or there is no insurance on the home, okay? What will happen is the mortgage company will let you know that if you want the house, you may have it. However, you have to pay us for it. And if you cannot pay for the house, you would either have to put it up for sale or release the property to the indemnitor that owns it, which would be the mortgage company. Okay? So just by virtue of the death doesn't give you an automatic right to the property if the property is not outright owned. If it has a mortgage on it, that mortgage company mortgage must be satisfied before you can do anything with that home. On top of that, that process has to go through the probate court. And if there is not a will, you got a problem. And even if it is, even if it is a will, even if it is a will, you still would have to cover the amount of the mortgage left in order for the mortgage company to not want to collect. That being said, how can you still have that opinion?
Huh? You talking to us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I know you said a lot of stuff, but I didn't. Magic?
I don't believe that maybe it's all right. How can I just simplify it? How do we know that Angie Stone's children are educated when it comes down to property and when it comes down to the
That's the
legitimacy of doing? I don't feel that they have input on how property, um, the whole intricity, everything that's surrounding this. I don't feel that they know about that, and I'm just speculating. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that they know about the property tax, about what has to pay, about if it was mortgage. I don't feel that they have that knowledge, and I'm just speculating, but I
Magic.
don't believe they
If they
do.
don't have the knowledge, they can find that out tonight if they wanted to.
They will be able to find out tonight. This is probably why they're scrambling, not knowing what to do. Because if you don't know that there's property tax that needs to be paid, because Angie was covering everybody. So, and then back in the days, a lot of people, they said, this is my business. Keep yourself over there. Like older generation, they didn't, not everyone, but some of them, they say, you stay in your place and you leave the older people in their business. And that was a bad idea to do because you didn't pass down the knowledge. You didn't pass down the knowledge. So how would the next generation know what to do? They're going to keep making the same mistakes over and over again. But these Caucasian people, they kept their whips in the attic. They kept their stuff, their stuff in the basement, and they hid all away everything they had with pictures, their postcards and everything, and their gay debates, and they taught their generations to hate. This is why these little kids, they could do whatever they want to do in these little schools because they train them to hate our people, but our people hide. Not the majority of. I'm just saying, if we go back and we
yeah,
look back into when she was born, a lot of them do not tell because they just feel like they're, for whatever reason they have. I personally, I'm just gonna speculate that Angie's kids, that they know nothing about property, nothing about mortgage, and nothing about anything to be able to get it out of the red if it was in the red. I don't believe they have any knowledge of that. I believe she took care of everything like she took care of everyone.
okay.
Pink Ivy says Diamond was left in charge. Well, I thought this was because she's oldest. But Storm said that no, she's not in charge because she's not a man.
No, 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 no,
Angie
no, no,
said
no, no. I'm not saying no, no. I'm not saying she's not in charge. I'm saying if there's not a. I was saying yesterday that if there wasn't a will, more than likely the male would be awarded the estate. That's what I was
so.
talking about.
Who's over it? She's dead now, and who's
Right,
over?
right now there is, to my knowledge, I don't know. To my knowledge, you, uh, to
Well,
my,
somebody over that estate. Who is it?
That's
I
what I'm saying. Do her kids know about property taxes?
can I
Do they
ask you?
know that property taxes have to be paid a year? Do they know if it's been paid off, if the house is already, in their name? Do they know if she left it? Like, these are things that these kids should have known. And if we're asking questions and we're not her kids, then what is really going on?
Okay, so first of all, it's a probate issue until it is handled by a probate judge. We don't know who is over the estate right now because we haven't seen a will. I haven't seen one, so I don't know who's over it.
But according
But
to the finance, what we discussed like a couple of nights ago, they sold off her cattle for 2,000 and like 25,000 or something like that. Like what? Like it.
okay, we don't know who. Well, let me put it this way. That
This
issue,
is like snakes and ladders. I just have to say, I feel like I'm on a chessboard playing
if
snakes and ladders right now.
magic. If you make a statement, let me answer. You're talking.
Hmm.
That situation about the role, the rights of the music being sold was a whole different situation. That's not the same as what this is tonight. Tonight, this is intellectual property that Shayna Wells has put herself over controlling, changing, and collecting monies of. And the question is, who gave her the authority to do so? Where did she get that? I'm getting a little pissed off with Stevie Ray. Stevie Ray, if you got something to say to me, bring your ass up here and talk.
Well, let's not do all the cussing.
Well, I'm getting sick of that faggot.
Okay, well, we can't be using that type of language now.
If 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 she's not appointed the executrix over the estate, she don't have the right to do what she's doing. She don't. She don't. And even if Shannon Shell has the permission to do it, she still have to report the monies to the trustee over the chapter 13, because just because her death has come doesn't mean that it wipes the chapter 13 debt away. It it doesn't mean that. So I'm saying, allegedly, I believe that she is stealing the intellectual property of Angie to make money, and there may be collusion between the kids, but I don't want to believe that there is. I'm not saying it ain't. I am not saying it is. I'm just saying it's a little nefarious. You see where I'm coming from? Why would you go through such trouble and put so much money in selling the obituary for the high price that you're selling it, and then put your company name, Sacred Sound, on top of it? It wasn't your company. Sacred Sound was not in charge of Angie Stone. Sacred Sound was not managing Angie Stone. Sacred Sound didn't have the rights over Angie's music. Sacred Sound didn't have the right to collect off Angie's music. Sacred Sound ain't had no authority to do nothing, because ain't nobody heard about Sacred Sound dealing with Angie Stone until this mess right here.
Is Sacred Sound part of the sorority?
I don't know anything about that. It's the name of the business that Shannon Shell owns and operates. I've said nothing about a sorority. I've not had any conversation on that tonight. And I'm speaking completely from ethics of business. Period. Hands down. And to me, you ain't gonna sell no obituaries of my family member, and I not have a part in saying that's okay. You not selling no obituary for my family member, and you taking the money, and we have not paid the trust as we supposed to. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So if that's the fact, how can you make any sense of it? So you would say that this is normal operation for someone to do, and you would say that this is okay for someone to handle your family member's business like this, and you would go along with it? Would you do that, Magic? Would you do that?
Absolutely not. I just heard like a jingle in my ear, and the jingle I heard, it's gonna blow you away. But I remember like teachings from my sister when I was younger, and she taught me a lot. And the jingle that I just heard in my ear while you were speaking was um, when at first thought to deceive. Oh, what a tangle web we weave.
Mm.
So there you go. Everything's going to come out. Everything is coming out.
So
Everything is unfolding and coming out.
so the reason I am presenting the picture is I want people to understand that if this person is like this at this level and not caring, because most people that love someone would wait a little while and give things time to set in instead of trying to make money off of it to build another enterprise. You building another enterprise off of someone else's death under your company, guys. You're building a business off of Angie's estate under your company brand, and that's legitimate.
Because she's basically capitalizing on the demise of another person's intellectual and capital property that she has nothing to do with.
Thank you.
So that should be investigated.
Thank
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, bro. That's why I'm here. We put it together.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to take a pause.
Okay.
Steve is in the background. He's been my moderator for years. Storm, you did call him the F word. That's not permitted here on YouTube in the spaces. So I'm sure he has something to say about that. Stephen, I do apologize. That is not the type of language and that is not the platform that I have.
And as a man, I would apologize for that also. That's no more than fair. No matter what his statement was, don't excuse me with that
This
anger.
this is not a battleground. I don't do the battles. I don't do all that fighting in that dark demonic energy with fighting and name calling and putting people down.
Correct. So all I'm saying is that I'm a human too. If you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but don't jab at me. And that's what I got upset at. But it doesn't excuse my reaction. So I apologize, Stephen Ray. I think that is his name. And I hope you will accept that. That's genuine, and I'll move on.
All right. Well, let me put him down first. Stephen,
Hello.
yes.
Hey,
Um,
yes.
sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
it's okay. I was really shocked by that comment, but I'm not going to really let that bother me. I've been called worse. But all I want to say is I am a moderator and I have an opinion, and everybody don't have to agree with you, Storm. I understand you might know a lot, but I don't think you know everything. That's why I said Mr. Know-It-All, because even when Gigi had a different opinion, you got kind of upset. You know, we can have different opinions, and I can say what I want to say. I can voice my opinion too, I believe. And if you think I couldn't, that's why I came up here to show you. But anyway, I accept your apology. And if you thought I was jabbing at you, I apologize too. But I have an opinion, and I don't think you know everything.
Okay, well, thank you,
So that's
Steve.
all I have to say.
Thank you, Stephen. This is my
All
first
right.
time talking to you, Stephen. How you
Oh
doing?
yes. Good. How you doing?
Oh, good. I appreciate you for being there for me throughout these years.
You know I
All
love you, Gigi, forever.
moderating stuff. Oh, I really hate that happened to
It's
you.
okay.
I apologize.
It's all
Uh,
right. Thank
I'm
you.
I'm scared again. Look, because it's too much tensions and it's too much drama. I only deal with drama if we plan and it's
Right,
hard.
right.
But like the real drama, I don't got. Okay, I thank you,
Yeah.
Stephen, for not
Okay, all right.
taking it. Thank you. Um,
Or when we role playing and we get it in.
I like that shit. I don't do all that other stuff. Sean.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, Sean. How are you?
I'm
You have,
I'm doing just fine. I am enjoying your program. All of you all are doing a wonderful job.
shit.
I'm from Birmingham, Alabama.
Sean, you got an echo background.
Huh?
You have an echo.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay. Is that better now?
It's better. Yeah, okay, it's better. I had
Okay.
talking to test it out. It's better.
Okay, I was on my headphones and stuff like that. I have been enjoying your show. I have thoroughly been enjoying your show. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. And I just wanted to tell y'all thank y'all for all of what y'all were doing. And it's been interesting. I love investigation. I'm one of those Matlock type of girls, and it has just really been interesting seeing everything that you all are putting together.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I enjoy investigating to crime stories to get to the bottom of things as well. So I'm glad that you're on this journey with us, figuring things out, and just having
Yeah.
that community dialogue of you feeling point A, I'm feeling point B. We sitting
Hey, I,
just talking about it, and we can agree to disagree and just move on.
hey, it's been something this week though. That show yesterday was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I was on my tippy toes. Okay.
Hey, you wasn't on your tippy toes. You was clicking that fan in the background right there. You wasn't on your tippy toes. but I just wanted to bring light to the manager. Remember at the funeral, the manager spoke, and he was the manager of Angie Stone, and she introduced him to Jamie Foxx, and Jamie Foxx was almost unalived, also allegedly. I mean, that was a common denominator, also, and nobody's looking at this manager that was right there when she went to go see Clive Davis. Remember, she said she grabbed him and he went to go with her, and that's how he became a manager. So it started really from him not knowing how to manage her.
Yeah. And he's so quiet. I would think that he'll speak out, and just
So
say,
that may be a trail too of where
yeah.
that catalog may have started off going wrong to start with.
Yeah.
Nobody's looking at him.
Well, people were looking at him, but I don't know. But Magic, what are your thoughts about that? If I was him, I would just come out and just tell Angie fans, hey, a little bit what's going on, because Angie always kept updates with her fan base. And I'm sure he hears all the chaos that's going forward. And it seemed like he can just nip it in the bud if he wanted to, with just saying, hey, this is X, Y, and Z. But maybe he feel like if he says anything, it could be twisted, perverted, and then he will be added into the drama. And maybe he just don't want to be a part of that. I can see both sides.
I can understand that. I can understand that too.
Okay,
But
I digress.
I don't think that he's her manager anymore. He was the manager of he's Jamie Foxx's manager now. His music manager. Because that's what he was talking about at the funeral.
Gigi, I'm just gonna just respond to you asking me, what do I feel about this at this point? I would say that this is the perfect time to respond because it's not the fire's not going out. It's actually being activated even more. So even if you had a small part to say about this woman, this is the time now. You know, if you didn't give her flowers while she was here, the if something happened to someone that I loved, if there was any discrepancy or anything floating through the web, the net, or whatever, I would take the initiative. That's just me personally. I'm not speaking on his behalf or anyone's behalf, but I think as individuals in the world that we're living now, you want to be honest, you want to be cordial, you want to be the person that you were built to be at this time that we're living right now. So to be an honorable person would be to tell the truth. So if anybody shies away from that, they feel some kind of way, that's okay. It's okay. But if you had any relationship with this woman, this is the right time to speak up. And that's just what I feel.
I would just love to hear what he would have to say about him going to the meeting with Clive Davis and all that stuff like that, because he was the other person that was in the room. But you are spot on, Magic, and I love your energy. I just love all of y'all energy. And Quiet
Oh,
Storm,
thank you so
he is
much.
just. I told I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, and I guess it's coming across my algorithm. I recently started listening after you all was posting about Angie Stone because I was just going through her music and going through the videos and all that stuff like that, and I became I joined your membership, and I just, like I said, I've just been enjoying it, and I don't think that a negative vibe or anything was done yesterday. I think y'all may have struck a nerve with that person, but when her voice came across there, it was like, ooh, it was eerie. It was just, it was like, felt one of them Scooby Doo moments.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And me, I'm glad that I got dropped down and got taken out of there because I'm like, wait a minute. I'm glad I don't even have a YouTube page. Like I'm riding on my favorite YouTuber, Gigi. And
Yeah,
I'm not capping. It's no cap, but I was nervous for myself.
yeah,
I said, "Whoa, let me slide to the side," because that energy was dark.
yeah. And that's the only reason I really called in tonight, because I'm like, okay, I think y'all really are on the right track, and they just want to divert anybody from pushing forward. Who wouldn't want to just shed light towards anything that's going on right now? The more light that's put in that direction, everybody's helping. Nobody's going against her kids or anything like that. Y'all aren't going against them. Y'all are just trying to help. But Storm was right about the drones. We have a system here in Alabama where they send drones out. They train in Hoover, Alabama, with those
So they're
drones.
sending drones out over where?
When you have those car accidents, anything, those drones are out all the time. They have a
I did
school
have a
that
vision
teaches
of
that
that.
information.
Okay, so I did have a vision of that drones would be presented, but I just didn't know for what. Well, my premonition, I had it where they were sending them out when they were trying to track and trace people. And now you're
Yeah,
telling me that they send it out, but it's the same thing. So where's that footage from that cap? They
um,
obviously have it captured. So whether it
they have
happened
it
or
captured
not,
because they have command centers in
okay.
different
So
areas
why
in
wasn't it
Alabama.
blast? So do they pick and choose what they want to blast on the on their news feed
Well,
as breaking news?
they try to keep things quiet. They don't want that type of negative publicity in Alabama, for real. That's just how they are. Whatever they can keep quiet, they'll keep quiet.
But is Angie originally from Alabama?
Now that I don't know. I'm just talking about the
She is, I
drones and stuff
believe
like
she's
that.
from somewhere. She said she was from the South.
But she
But
had,
I don't think she's from Alabama.
yeah, then
Okay,
she,
all right.
But I was just speaking on the part of the drones. I know that different law enforcements come here and they train in Hoover, Alabama, to learn how to do those different type of drone techniques and all that stuff like that. So they don't send the manpower out to
Okay, okay.
like a lot of. Mhm.
Give me 1 second. Storm, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Uh, to address what she said, I don't know if anybody paid attention, but I told you that I have the whole 5.5 hours of video. I showed some of it. I also said that there is drone footage and the drone information that's used to track out the footage, the yardage, and everything of the accident. I don't know.
Oh no, I was agreeing with you that I was telling them that they do train here in Alabama
Yes,
on
they
how
do.
to use that drone. I live near Hoover, and they officers come down here and they actually learn those techniques, and it saves man hours. You'll think that they're not out there watching you, but they are out there watching.
That's absolutely correct. I pulled the video command center up and actually had it on the screen to show. I don't know everything, but what I do know is in black and white. And I show you the black and white so you can see for yourself. You don't have to take my word. Look at it for yourself. Now I want to ask everybody a question. And Miss Hill, you tell me, if your loved one passed away and this condition, would you want to just let it go? Or would you hope that someone would look for the information that may be hidden and present it so that you have a better way of defending yourself?
Well, I would want someone to continue to speak my loved one's name. I would want them to put that energy into the universe. I've lost a child, so I would want that. When someone speaks of my daughter's name, it brings me happiness and it brings me peace to know that they are remembering her and stuff like that. So I don't see why anyone would want you to stop investigating. If it was my loved one, I would want you to go to the ends of the earth and I would be helping you investigate myself. That's what I say. I love this show because y'all are not just out there putting random theories out there in the air. You're actually putting information out there, showing your receipts, and we're saying allegedly, but a lot of it is spot on. That's why I wanted to let people know that they do use drones in Alabama. And like I say, when I heard that energy yesterday, it was like, oh, it was just y'all are spot on what you're doing. And I think they want you to turn around. They were trying to deter us from being on this page and come to our page over here. Bring our algorithm up. That's all I was hearing. They kept saying, come to our page over here. And I don't want to go to that page over there if you came at us like that. Why would we leave this page to go over there to that page? Why not just talk over here? Why we all can't have a conversation?
Well, that's my opinion too. And again, like I said in the
And she
beginning,
really didn't want to talk to you. I,
well,
Well, let's
I
not
was
go
like,
down that rabbit hole.
it,
yeah. I
you know,
mean, if
I,
you have if people have receipts, people don't want to talk to people that have the information. And I was wondering when she was saying, okay, well, this and that, why not talk to Michael themselves? If you're that close to the family, why not speak directly to the family themselves rather than saying, I wish I could have reached out? It's still not too late to reach out. It's still not too late to drive over there. I'm just saying, when you love somebody, you take those chances and you take those opportunities to just get in the car and go. So I don't know what that was yesterday, but it just totally, it was eerie.
yeah, I, yeah, but yeah, in a way, I just didn't like the word liar being used when I had on the screen the royalty auction company listing and how much they auctioned off the music for.
Well, the person that was on the phone with her threw her under the bus because he said no, he's not lying. I'm just saying I heard that yesterday too. So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
person that was sitting on there that said he didn't want to be interviewed, whoever that was, He said, no, he's not lying because he knew you weren't lying. It was just a disruptor to keep us from investigating, to keep us from saying that. Gigi, did she give you the information for us to call the place that she was telling us to dial the number and all this stuff? Has she gotten back in contact with you
Well,
about where we need to put the information out there to get people to investigate?
Miss Hill,
Uh-huh.
with all the respect, that comment didn't make sense because I had on the screen before she got up the actual lawsuit. I had on the screen the actual police report. I had it all on the screen.
Well, no, I was just wanting to know myself with Gigi. Did she follow up? She was so passionate about how she was feeling and telling us what to do. My thing is the next step, like Magic and everybody else said, tell us what to do then. I'm just
Well,
saying, did she come back to you, Gigi, and did she bring you information on what we need to do?
Sean, how's the
Huh?
weather in your city?
Huh?
How's the weather in your city?
Uh, what my thing is bad.
No, I said, how's the weather? Where you at,
Oh,
child?
it's storming here. I
Oh,
mean, we have bad weather here.
but you know what I'm reminded of?
What?
There's no more rain in that cloud.
Hey, it's not. It is not. Hey, I didn't even catch that.
Yo,
I was supposed to say that.
that was hot, Gigi.
Hey, you got me with that one right there. I
But,
give you that.
but Gigi, is raining over here in New York City, baby. In Harlem, it's raining. But ain't no rain in this cloud.
Magic, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a couple of questions. One,
Okay.
did I put the lawsuit on the screen?
Did you? I'm sorry, what?
Did I put the lawsuit on the screen?
I don't recall seeing a lawsuit on a screen.
You didn't see the lawsuit that I put up that showed
I
that?
did see you put up a lot of things, but I'm on my phone itself. I'm not on a laptop. So if you put it up,
Okay.
then you did. But I did see you put up a lot of things. So if you put it, I can't, like, all I'm saying, yeah, if you put it, you put it. But I'm on a phone. I'm not on my laptop.
Okay. So I did
Okay.
put the lawsuit on the screen.
Okay.
I did put the police report
Yes, you did. I saw the police report. I did see that.
on the screen.
Yeah.
I did put the video on the screen.
You did put the video. Yeah.
I did put the video command center out of Alabama on the screen.
Yes, you did.
How am I a know-it-all? Am
You wouldn't
I
have that information. You wouldn't have that information.
exactly? So if I'm a know-it-all for going and getting the right information so that you can see and make your own judgment, that makes me a know-it-all. If I
No.
go, if I go
I
to
had one question. I had a question, Storm.
go ahead.
Where did the doctor come from?
Okay,
That was
so
my question yesterday. I typed it in and I was like, okay, well maybe I need to call. But where did the doctor show up from?
the doctor responded to the accident somewhere or another. They didn't tell me exactly. The press coordinator for the state of Alabama did not tell me exactly how the doctor was informed to go there, but he was there. And
Oh,
the
okay.
and the doctor, the report that they had from the doctor is that he pronounced her at the scene.
They can do that in Alabama. That can be done. I know that can be done here too.
Okay, so when the doctor pronounced her, from what I understood, and I asked the question, would that stop the coroner from coming? And the answer for the state of Alabama is yes. They transport to the hospital, and the hospital releases it to the morgue, and the coroner's office picks it, the body up from there. Am I correct or not?
Yes, you're correct on that.
Okay, that's what I was told. So I can only go by the information that the state gave me, and I said what the state gave me and that's all I can say.
Oh,
Now,
okay. I was just wondering, was the doctor driving by and just happened to stop, or
I,
it was just such a coincidence that a doctor was out there. I'm like, okay, where did the doctor come from?
yeah, but I will say from my own thought process, that seems a little weird to me.
Yeah.
It don't make it wrong, don't necessarily make it right, but honestly speaking, I would hope a doctor stopped by if they're in the area and something happened to me. So I can't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, well, that's our southern personalities right there. We're gonna stop and help. I mean, if we see something going wrong, we're gonna get out and we're gonna stop and see if we can help.
Right? And don't forget that doctor is a licensed medical professional in that state and has all responsibilities to respond if he sees and knows of an incident within his immediate reach to respond. That's what they're supposed to do. So
Hmm.
that's the ethics that they take under oath. Or that is the oath of ethics that they take. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. But that's it. I mean that's it. The whole thing is everybody got to form a conscious decision about how they feel from the information that's out there, and that's how it goes. Because I ain't gonna have it all. I may have bits and pieces of the big side on a whole big side or a whole small side. Somebody else may have the filler or the monster,
Well, that's how you put a sandwich together.
and that's why they always have multiple investigators on cases
Yeah, they do.
because they're gonna get several different theories of what took place with that action. Now,
So what else do you have for us tonight, Storm?
well, tonight I specifically want to paint the picture of an evil woman. And that evil woman is Shannon Shells. Shayna, not Shannon. Shayna Shells. I
But
believe.
you,
I
you were
believe.
you were asking the question too, that how could someone stay with someone that does that type of thing?
Oh no,
You don't think because you don't think it's because he's younger
I
and maybe influenced by the young lady?
okay. So I'm gonna answer that question honestly from a man's perspective, and I'm gonna answer it out of my personal and hardcore belief.
Hmm.
She coochie whooped that boy, and that's the response that you get. So he don't care what she do, so long as he helped her, she helped him get to the limelight as he wants to get there, because her company, Sacred Sounds, represent artists. SacredSounds.com has Sacred Sounds Internet Radio.
But I think really by now, by it being a month out since the mom has brought any revenue in, I think they may be hurting a little bit with finances. So that may be why they're doing what they're doing and
But I
trying to gather up.
but I can't say that because I'm not there and I don't know. They may
Hmm.
they may have a plethora of finances. I mean, like I said, I put the site up so that you could see that she became a member of an investment core site that finds investors to put with you at a type of business and media that you do to get you financing. That's why I put it on the screen to show you that this is not a person that's just arbitrarily left with a family that don't have any knowledge about this business. No, this person do have knowledge about this business somewhat, and this person is a person that is trying to get all of this stuff to make her company shine and say, I am the person that took care of Angie Stone. I am the person that handled Angie Stone. I am the person that is now in charge of everything that belonged to Angie Stone. See, that's the picture that I'm painting here. I didn't come out and say it, but in like that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I think this girl is intentionally setting herself up to take over and run from Michael and Diamond. She's going to disappear, but the Department of Justice should be notified about her and investigate her in this case from this point because this woman hired Lethal.
Allegedly. Hey, allegedly on all that stuff for Gigi's sake. Allegedly.
That's how it went down. So so if if that's the fact, and we have it in black and white, we have it in video that they were together for longer, for at least 2 years. Is there several
With
videos?
Hey, it seems like you may know a little bit more than the woman did yesterday because she said 6 months. So
I, I wasn't there to dispute that timeline. I'm not disputing that timeline now. I'm making my case to say that I believe there's more to this than what meets the eye. And I'm saying that this woman is a thief. Point blank. I ain't taking it back. I mean what I say, and I can back it up. She's a thief. You ain't gonna steal my mama's intellectual property and sell it. You're not gonna do that. And if you do that, my bank account is gonna be where the money is going to, so I know what's going on with it. So let me ask that question. Who bank account is the money going to? Michael? Who bank account is the money going to? Diamond? Who? Who's getting it? Who's getting the money? And if y'all are getting the money, cover yourselves by the law. Cover yourself by the law. Make sure that you do everything by jot. Cross every T and dot every I, and make sure that you do not violate the law by not letting the trustee know what's going on. And if there's not an executor or executor of the state appointed, be careful. Be careful how you move, because there's a big known fact that haunts everybody, and that's called death taxes. Who's gonna cover that? Who who's gonna cover it? Who's gonna cover it? Any of you that know anything about the law, you don't just acquire an inheritance and don't pay death taxes. You must pay death taxes. Oh yes, you just can't go doing what you want to do. You have to account. The state wants what due them. And to answer your questions in the chat, yes, I did call them. I do have their phone numbers, and I've not gotten a return call. So I did. I did that. I did that. The only person I did not reach out to was Lethal. No, excuse me. He's not the only one. I didn't reach out to Lethal, and I did not reach out to Dante. So what do we do, people? How do we deal with this? How do we deal with this? Because on the surface, to me, it looks very, 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 very. Um, it looks very dirty. The water is so mucky and muddy, I can't see to swim. So how can you, or can you? Do anyone know anything different? And is it okay for someone that's not even in your family to operate doing such things with money like this? And is it okay that a person just changed the intellectual property that don't belong to her? I know exactly who that property belongs to. I just not giving the name, but I know exactly who it belongs to. That's how I was able to look up the trademark.
It sounds like really, Storm, that they don't have a whole lot of experience in handling business to start with. It sounds like basically they were along with their mom taking care of the basic needs, but it don't sound like they really understood the all this information that you're putting out here right now about taxes. And I would hope somebody in their inner circle would start talking to them about all these things.
I agree with you, but here's the issue. Diamond and Michael don't know, but Shanna knows.
Oh, I know she knows.
She knows
That's
how to
that's
she knows how to set up a corporation. She knows how to get the business going. She knows how to look for venture capital. She has some semblance of knowledge in copyright publishing. She knows about book publishing because she all of that is part of her company's uh, 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 her corporation's business that they have in their articles of that she has in her articles of corporation. So uh, allegedly, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing.
All right. Well, Storm, I think you made your case. Did you anything else you wanted to add? You pretty much made the case that she is a villain and she's a horrible person.
Yes.
So I guess, do you want to ask the people if they, I don't know, you ask them, do they feel like she is the villain, like she is behind everything? Is that what you're feeling like?
I can't say she's behind everything, but I'm saying she's got a big hand in what's going on.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we from your point on we got that. So, what else did you want to tell them about her?
That's it. I mean, that's plenty right there.
Okay.
That's plenty right there. That's plenty. But I would like if people wanted to ask questions, I would like to answer them if they interested.
I think they asked all the questions.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. All right. So I want to just open the forum up as well, just to talk. So Miss Harris, I want to bring you up here. How you doing, Miss Harris? Miss Harris? Miss Harris. Child. Miss Harris. Okay, see, I know Miss Harris, and she will respond. They must have got to her. Yes, they didn't. She done dropped off. So Magic, I want to hear more. So now I'm just gonna open up and just talk. Just us talk as a community. Magic, what's going on? What are your thoughts about not just what Storm said? Because Storm talked about that lady, but besides what Storm said about that, just the whole thing at all. We've been talking about this for I don't know how long now. So what is your overview perception?
I feel that we're in a rabbit hole and we just keep going deeper and deeper. And even though you do your part, I do mine, and Storm do his, I feel like we're going down even more and further because there's so many layers to this thing that's being unpeeled that we had no idea about. There's certain like players on a chessboard that have maneuvered. There's so many things that are hidden in plain sight. There's so many people and entities that have certain parts and roles to play with her mechanicals, with the music, with the royalties, with things not being registered. This is it's a snake pit. Gigi, it's a snake pit. And I really honestly I'm at the point where, for my safety, I just feel like, and for yours and his as well, I feel like we're in over our heads because this is a really down deep snake pit. Don't know if we're gonna able to get it. We're not gonna be able to catch all the flies, But so some people are gonna go down. They're gonna get caught. But the heavy hitters, they already got away.
Well,
I'm
you know,
sorry.
Magic, my motive was to just spread awareness, baby. Okay. I already told y'all I'm no hero. Okay. I'm not no cop. I'm just spreading awareness like I've been doing, you know? So I have spread awareness. Haven't I spread awareness, y'all? Shit.
Yes, you
Yeah,
have.
you did a good job of that. Like I say, you drew me in.
Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm looking in the comment section. It says, no, we must not be afraid. Justice for Angie. Well, Terry, you know, you have to deal with how you deal with it. Terry, what information do you have? You've been knowing this stuff for I don't know how long, Terry. Okay. You should have already caught the bad guy with your unafraid behind. Huh? Huh? What have you done to risk your safety looking for the bad guy in this situation? You ain't doing nothing but just talking on this comment section. That's all you're doing. Okay? You're a gangster keyboard. A keyboard gangster. Terry, what you doing? Terry, hit that link and come up here and tell me what have you done and what you can tell me, huh? With your unscared behind. Child, please. Child, please. And I know some of y'all get mad when I say I'm scared. I'm scared. Y'all be like, don't be scared. You ain't scared. You tough. You tough. Like y'all pushing me in a goddamn ring. Listen, let me. If I say that what it is, that's what it's gonna be. I'm gonna have to pray on this. Okay, y'all big and bad. But listen, when it comes to these demons and demonic, okay, you know what? Magic, I don't even watch scary movies, okay?
I stopped doing all that. So after I found out about Lake Lanier, I found out about what that came from. And 1, 2, Freddy's coming. I don't play none of those games, but we got a lot of internet keyboard gangsters that don't want to reveal themselves in real time and really make a comment to what we're talking about. So why you want to be behind the scenes and you want to put these shadows up and act like you on the dark side, but come into the reality and say something, make a change.
Ooh, yeah, but it makes me paranoid. I watch it, and then I can't sleep at night. I'm starting to see visions, girl. It be a black bag, and I'm thinking it's coming to me.
Or you wake up in the middle of the night and guess what? The door's cracked open, and before you went to sleep, that door was closed, and it looked like a shadow is standing there watching you. Okay.
My mind playing tricks on me. What? My mind.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, when you have the window crack open and that wind be closing it and closing your damn door?
I'm gonna tell you something, Gigi. Let me tell you something. You better clench your pearls. So today I got on the elevator. I was getting on, leaving the hospital where I work, and I promise you, I walked in and I pressed 1. And guess what happened seconds after that? It was closing and it opened back like somebody else stepped in. Nobody was there. And it opened back, held it for seconds, and then it closed. I said, all right, it's fine. Whoever you are, whatever this is, I'm still good. Something stepped into the elevator with me and opened back the doors. Make it make sense.
Yeah, make it make sense. Now, I see you in the comments talking about they said they ain't scared of nothing. Well, that's good for you, but that don't make me feel no type of way. Like when you guys be like, "Oh, I ain't scared." I'm happy for you that you're not scared, but I don't feel like, "Oh my God, I need to be like you." I don't try to conform to you. I'm fine with how I am. Hell, me being scared have saved me from a lot of bull crap. Me being scared have saved me from a lot of drama. Okay. So I'm good with that. Okay. Shit. Hell. Trying to make me feel some type of way. I can't do it, baby. I'm just letting you know. Okay. We
Look,
got
I'll be a scared cat, a scaredy cat, and a skanky leg. It's all right.
shit, y'all need to be scared out here. How y'all out here raw dogging? Y'all, you're right. Y'all ain't scared of shit. Y'all out here.
You so silly, Gigi.
Right, you're not you're right. They not scared. Hell, y'all get in bed with all these criminals. Y'all not scared of nothing. I'm scared of getting in bed with all these criminals and all these heathens. I don't like to associate with too many people at all. Hell no. Okay. But go ahead with your badasses. You bad, I'm not. I'm fine with that, baby. Let's keep on going on. Okay, and all these people in the comment section telling me other people talking shit about me. Do you think they the first one? It ain't they ain't the first one. They ain't gonna be the last. Uh,
What? Hey, Gigi, did she catch you off guard last night?
wait, Shine. Wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Shine. You know, my auntie told me a long time ago.
Get
Okay,
him, Gigi.
she said, baby, when people talk about you, that ain't none of your business.
Mm-hmm.
None of your business.
No,
And
I'm talking about the lady last night. Did she catch you off guard, or did you know who she was when she came on there?
I still don't know who that is. All I know is Stone, hell. And everybody talking about Stone is, close to Angie and Stone sending out them cease and desist. So I said, I'm going to respect this shit. I
Mm.
heard Stone in the background.
Yo, Gigi dropped me quick. I said, I'm out. I'm out.
Stone said, and I'm paraphrasing shit, right? So I said, I ain't talking to that bitch. Let me tell you what I want you to say, ho. Okay. I said, damn. Okay. I said, damn. Okay.
I don't know, but I'm gonna throw this in there real quick, Gigi. I don't know if you've seen those Netflix, this thing called Supercell. But guess what? That was me. I was out. I teleported and I was going.
I'm glad you was because I did not want you, Magic, to get involved and go back and forth with anybody, and I don't like that intense, all that intense, like real live intense drama and stuff is traumatizing. So I
Hey, well,
really,
you shut it down real quick.
yeah,
But
so
I told you about my traumatizing experience as a child and how Angie led me out of that darkness into the light. So when that person came with that, I teleported. I was gone. I got the supercell. I transported. I was in a whole different. I went to a portal. I was somewhere else.
Mhm. Well, I just wanted, them to express how they feel, her and Stone or whatever. Cause, I was just like, whoa, what's going on? And I didn't want it to escalate and going back and forth. That's going to make tensions higher. I mean, y'all can do that on somebody else stuff, but I'm not having that going down here. I've never had that going down, and I won't have it. Okay.
No,
Hell,
that was the first time I had heard anything like that on your platform, and like I said, that was just way different. That's the only, like I said, that brought me up here tonight. I've been wanting to
But
call in and
it
wanting to
was
call in,
scary. It was
but
scary. It sounded dark and
it
scary.
was a different type of energy. It was a
I got into my feminine energy. Okay. Feminine energy, honey. I just was mute. Okay. What if y'all want to get in the masculine energy and go back and forth with that energy? Oh no. No, but she seemed cool. She was child. She was cool. At the end, she I think expressed herself. And hell, that's all I gotta say. I don't know what else to say. Ooh.
well,
I,
I'm glad you gave her an opportunity to get that off her chest. It seems like she felt better after she kind of released. It calmed down. The spirit, it did calm down after she saw that you weren't there to just
yeah,
provoke it.
yeah, I'm not there to fight anybody. I have no intention to have a dislike with anyone. I don't know none of you guys, and I don't dislike you. When I'm finished here, I don't think about nobody. I go to sleep, you know? So I don't harbor, energies and hatefulness and dislikes towards strangers I don't know. Nail says she was acting like Storm was putting up false information, but wasn't all false. Yeah. But it got corrected. I mean, Stone pretty much said that Storm was accurate. Seemed like possibly she just did not know. She was just coming and how she was feeling. And seemed like she was trying to protect Stone, and she was doing what she thought, he wanted her to do. But honey, that is over now. But yeah, they really be feeling some type of way. So
And we all need some chicken after that.
ooh, some fried chicken. Okay. Thank you, Paula. You need your own talk show. That's your call. But listen, but okay, you guys want me to do a lot of crime stories, So I don't know, because shit. I do a range of things, just not one. So I have to figure out my branding and my niche. And my algorithm right now is child, let me not even go there. All right, let's bring Big Mama up. Big Mama.
Hey there.
Hey, baby. It's been a long time. You shouldn't
Hey
have
y'all.
left me.
Y'all got me over here dying laughing. I was on there last night. Honey, when I tell you, I was like, oh my goodness. I said, Gigi ain't playing shit. Gigi said she ain't getting in that shit.
Hell, what the hell? Oh, Big Mama, you gotta sing that song. Hell no. The hell. What? How they go? You
For
know that hell song.
Uh-huh. And listen here, these goddamn people going around here taking these people out whenever they feel like it and stuff like that shit. Gigi said, I don't know if she live by herself, but honey, ain't like she said, ain't nobody there at her house.
And
You
then
understand? That's
Big
going to
Mama,
protect her.
they got all these psychics doing reading. Don't you do no fucking reading on me. Okay? I don't want to be
On his
involved with that.
right,
Then they be having their own reality show of YouTubers beefing. I don't want to be in that shit. I'm good.
right,
I
right,
take a low view count before I get in the ring with all them and going back and forth. Girl, bye. This is not high school.
right. But Gigi, this is what I wanted to say, right? I just want everybody on the panel and in the chat, just think about something because there's so much stuff going on, and it's almost like it's going on like a run-on sentence. But if we break it down into portions, right? This is what I believe, and I put this in the chat just before Storm had said something out loud about it. I had no idea, but I'm just telling you what I felt. But the thing is I truly believe, and I'm just gonna say allegedly and stuff like that, honey, because she don't come after me, honey, because I ain't got nothing for y'all. I ain't got nothing for y'all to get. But I feel as though that Lethal probably plant this girl in their lives because I don't say it, and I'm not saying it to be mean. You understand what I'm saying? But Michael looked like he probably like on a slow side to me. And I'm telling you right now, I believe that Lethal planted this girl in there, you understand, to seduce Michael. Now, this girl, because it don't look like he got a whole line of girls lined up outside waiting for him. And I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you what I feel. But this girl went in there, gonna rock Michael world. You understand what I'm saying? We all know how them kids get. You understand when they get that good feeling. This girl done went in there and rocked Michael world. You understand what I'm saying? And turned his whole world around. Not only his whole world, his mind and everything. See, we got to break it up. Before Angie Stone started going live on her video on YouTube, she had to know some stuff that was going on even before she decided to make these videos. Now, I believe it was some stuff going on in her house. You understand what I'm saying? I never knew that the girl was staying there. But you have to break it down. We got to slow down and we got to break it down. It was some stuff going on in her house. Angie said that she already knew, like she knew who was doing, certain things to her, right? So this let's this thing for a minute. Cause it seemed like the girl was always around. And I'll be sitting here and I said to myself, I wonder if Angie Stone was on a phone call probably with somebody when she realized who was the one that was doing, that was involved or anything like this. And this girl was probably tucked around the corner somewhere listening. You understand what now I'm just saying how my mind just goes. You understand? Like they knew or she knew that Angie was on to them. First, like I said, the son. I think his nose is wide open, and you can tell because look at the stuff is now. Because if somebody passed away, whatever they do have, I'm not talking about the stuff she was fighting for, but the stuff that they do have, that she do have, it goes to the children. Now the thing is okay, how can
Mama, people still don't know who got the stuff. I mean, who Angie is dead. She been dead.
right?
So who is in control? Y'all can't give
But
me no names. Hold on. Where that person that said they ain't scared? You ain't scared. I need you to bust into the police, bust into the hospital with your ain't scared nothing but, and find out who is over Angie's money and estate.
hmm
Since you ain't scared of nothing, hell. Okay, can you do that?
exactly,
Come back and run and tell that? Huh?
exactly. Well, one thing about it, honey, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. One thing about it, when I say it and stuff, it's already out in the air, so I can't take it back. So, but you know, like I said, just like I said before, I truly believe that when they was driving in that van, and I always think about it, and it comes to me before it comes out verbally. I truly believe that it was an argument in that daggone van. And then when they say it, I be like, oh my God, I be sitting here telling my baby, I'm like, oh my God, babe, didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell you that? It was an argument in that daggone van. Like, if they stay with Lethal, this girl, I promise you, and even down to Michael, I can't say her daughter, I don't know. But because I'm believing that the son is like nose wide open about this girl. And I'm gonna tell you something. It was a video that Angie and they was riding in the car and her son was in the passenger seat. Let me tell
Big
you
Mama,
something.
can I cut you off real quick? So
What?
tell me this. Do she have kids of her own?
Do she have what?
Kids of her own.
I don't know. I don't know if she have kids of her own. The thing is, if she do, where they at?
I don't know. Everybody don't post their kids on social media.
Right. But what I'm saying is if she have children, where are they? Because if she's living at Angie house, where are your children?
You
Didn't Storm say yesterday though that the kid she had a kid living there?
I can't remember or recall what people be saying.
I
Um
think I think I think he Hey, I think he said yesterday, if I got my notes right in my notepad, I think he said yesterday that she had a kid living there also.
and people are saying a daughter. So it okay, did he say they had a child living there or was her biological child?
I think that I think her
Hold on a
daughter,
second.
I
Okay,
think her
so it's her
daughter children
biological.
was living there. I don't know if she had a child there.
So where is the baby daddy at? Do y'all know who the baby daddy is?
I don't
Huh?
know. We may have to ask Maury.
Okay, well let me tell you more. Go to all them people that ain't scared. Go find the baby daddy. Okay. Now you know these baby daddies gonna rat out the baby mamas. You know that the baby daddy's gonna tell all the tea. That's what
Hmm.
all these men are doing on these soapbox gossiping about women. So you go find him, and he gonna tell you everything. He gonna tell you her character and everything. Now, how old is the baby daddy? Is he older or younger? Since you guys are pushing a play that she likes younger guys, is this baby daddy young? Do he play in the NBA like Drea baby daddy or in what's that? Yeah, NBA
Yeah,
like
but yeah, but the thing is this the girl that's supposed to be a prostitute?
yeah, they said that she done, but tell me this, Big Mama, if she's a prostitute, I need to see some ads. Every prostitute got ads. Okay. Show me the damn ads. I want to see what she's selling, what she specializes in. I don't know no prostitutes that don't got no goddamn ads. Okay. Everything on social
Well,
media.
see, I don't know any prostitute that got a main age that they don't. You understand? A prostitute, they don't, you know, hey, they don't have no age limit. You know what I'm saying? They don't care if they old. You
Well,
understand?
I disagree, Big Mama. Every prostitute is not created equally. Everybody is different. Some have their boundaries and standards, and some don't. Some charge $5. Some charge $5,000. Some don't do certain things. So, it's pretty much it's an entrepreneurship within your own body.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? We talking about this one right here. And
But
the
we
only thing
know
that
much
we
about this one. I just found out who she was yesterday, so I don't know shit about her.
but, yeah, but we can agree, all can agree that she's nasty. I
Well, I
believe
can't
that
say
I
that she's
believe that
nasty. That's what you
lethal.
say, Big Mama. I don't know that girl.
Well, I don't know her either, but I'm going by the. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody talking. Everybody got their notes, and everybody, you understand, doing their background checks, and they pulling up stuff on this girl. Now, listen here. I know I heard them say that that girl they pulled up her record, and that girl was a prostitute.
Okay,
Now
well,
she came in there and she called herself
not dis-
prostituting with
I'm
Michael.
not Big Mama. I'm not disputing. Maybe she is. Maybe she not. I don't give a damn if
Huh?
she or not. But do you have the ads?
That adds to what?
Have you seen the ads of her prostitute? And that's how you can tell somebody's a prostitute, Big Mama. Shit. They gonna advertise it.
Oh, no, they ain't gonna advertise it.
In today's society, prostitution is not legal. Most
No, baby, you advertise, honey. You get caught quicker. No, baby, they don't always advertise, honey. They do
Big
things.
Mama, have you not been on OnlyFans? Have you not seen what's going on social media?
Oh well, okay. Well, you say okay. Well, yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
it's no secret. You go to the
okay. Well, you brought up the OnlyFans thing, so
I
okay, you
mean,
got
not
me
only the OnlyFans, majority girls are on OnlyFans. And they
there.
did
Yeah,
that study because I be looking at them dating, all the time about men versus women. And they're talking about how like 87 million men subscribe to OnlyFans. And it's like a whole bunch of women, what they say, 10%? I don't know, of women that's on there. So prostitution is it's not like we in the goddamn 60s and 50s. They're proud of that shit.
right,
And it's a lot of websites that cater to those girls too. So
right.
I just want to see the ad. I'm not saying she is or
And
not.
see, and that's the thing about it. When I look at this girl, listen, I'm straight from the city, Baltimore City. And the thing is let me tell you something, honey. We got the prostitutes walk, but
So
I'm looking at this girl. This girl know what she doing.
he said that they had a court record. So I'm
Right,
assuming, okay, see that Talia said a high profile streetwalker. So
right.
she got caught street walking. Oh,
Well, if they got it on record, then obviously she was arrested for that before.
okay.
But
So
this when I look at her though, Gigi, this girl is equipped.
Big
This girl know what she doing.
about the stuff. Okay,
Huh?
I still have questions about the streetwalker. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
she was caught in the streets. What street was it? Oh,
If no, listen, if it's court records, if it's documentation showing that she was charged as a prostitute, she got arrested somewhere. It don't matter if it was on the street, it don't matter if it was a private thing and they caught the person. You understand what
okay,
I'm
Big
saying?
Mama, do you know the question I was gonna ask?
What you say?
Right. Okay, so I want to talk to the people because they told me the street walker was a high profile and it was a court case. Big Mama, you ain't tell me that shit. You ain't know. So I want to talk to the people real quick, Big Mama, because they gonna give me the answers I'm looking for. Okay. So what city and state? Because I know you guys saw the record. You guys know what city and state it was. What city and state was this? And I would like to know the year. What year was it? I'm curious to know. Okay, and is she constantly doing it now, or this was something in her past? Okay, and then on top of that, if she is a prostitute, then that means that is Michael paying her? So is Michael giving her money to do what she does? Because if you know a prostitute, they're not going to do anything for free. So I don't know if she still have that mentality, or did she go to church? Did she get saved? Did she get reborn? I don't know.
But
Okay, they said in Florida.
they say Florida.
That's what they say in the comment section. They said it was in Florida. What year? I did hear something like that. Okay. But go
But
ahead,
see this.
Mama?
But see, this the thing is okay. And like I said, you know what I'm saying. I ain't got history with prostitutes, but it was just out there. It was just, you understand. It wasn't ignorant to us. You understand? If she was a prostitute, she got arrested for prostitution. Whatever year, whatever state it was, is down on record that she did that. Now, if she cleaned herself up or whatever like that, depends on what kind of prostitute she was doing. She could have been a high price call girl. You understand what I'm saying? Or she could have been in the streets. But they got it on record that she was arrested somewhere for doing prostitution. Now, this is the thing. If she's no longer doing it from the time she got arrested or back then, that mentality is still in her. And I don't care what nobody say, honey. She prostitute her goddamn way in there with Lethal and with Michael. But this is the thing. I think, like I said, I truly believe that Lethal planted her there. Now, if say they go back with her and Lethal history, well, they already start digging in her stuff and start digging in his stuff. You understand? But I think Lethal was sleeping with a lot of them girls, which I think they already said that. But I think it was just a whirlwind going on around there. I think Lethal was slinging dingaling, and it was just a whole bunch of stuff stirred up. You understand? Obviously, he had a girlfriend because the girlfriend spoke out at came to the hospital, but the girl that was in her feelings was mad because he was talking about eating her box a week before that. So you understand? Like he was doing this. He was doing this. But when I was talking about them being in the car, Angie, I believe, really loved her children. But when I tell you, I think both of them can be nasty at for real, like communicating, like talking to their mom.
Okay, I don't know what happened to Big Mama. She fell off. All
Fall
right.
off.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I really believe that both of them can be nasty. I believe that they have talked nasty to their mom because I was listening to him talking to her in the van, and I'm saying to myself, "Mom, if I talk to my mom like you did, my mom probably would have knocked my teeth out my mouth." That just like go back to the situation with her and her daughter, that she got her teeth knocked out because she was being disrespectful to her mom when her mom was only telling, like, "Listen here, they my grandkids, but they not gonna be tearing up my house." And she thought, you understand, that she could handle up her mom, and Angie had to show her, and she knocked them daggone teeth out her mouth. So the thing is, if you put it in different areas, okay, the accident that happened, like I said, me personally, I feel like it was an argument in that van. You
Got
understand? I
okay.
mean,
Yeah, Big Mama, you said that. I got you. Hold on.
yeah.
Marsh, how's it going?
Hey, Miss Gigi, how you doing?
I'm doing good, sweetheart. What's going on with you?
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just coming on. You know, I told you I work late, so I'm just coming on trying to see what this discussion is about. I see you talking about Miss Angie.
Yeah, we talking about Miss Angie. So the discussion was this lady. They said allegedly she is in a relationship with Michael,
Mm-hmm.
and people fear that she could be manipulating Michael to sell Angie products with him. They're like in a business together of selling Angie products, and people just feel like Michael should not be working with her and go his own way, and they feel that she has done a lot of horrible things. And I don't know. I don't know if they feel like Michael know about it or he don't know about it, but pretty much they were talking about that lady, and Big Mama felt that she, because she's a, or I don't know if she still do it because she used to be a prostitute. She feels that Lethal hired her to, I guess, get into the family of Angie Stone. Is that what you're saying, Big Mama?
Yeah, I just think that he planted. I think they know. You understand? Been knew each other.
Hold on, I just wanted you to give me that check. So
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about, Marsh. But it's not limited to that, Marsh. It's just if you have anything to say. I mean, we've been talking about her for a while now. Just your overall perspective of how you feel about it is just more than welcome to, Marsh. So, what are your thoughts about everything, Marsh? Marsh. They got Marsh. Shit. Okay. Well, let me put Marsh down. I'm doing all this talking and Marsh didn't hear none of that shit. No, ooh, that
Girl,
bitch.
you gave a whole rundown.
And then she
Miss Gigi, can you hear me now?
Marsh child.
Oh, what's going on? You just got too much going on. You know you're hot in the streets in
I ain't hot. Hell, I'm cold as hell. Hell. And
oh my
you're
goodness.
doing all
But
that.
I was gonna say,
You ain't
I
hear
was gonna
nothing.
say,
Oh,
Michael,
Marsh.
I
Wait.
feel like, can you hear me, Miss Gigi?
I can hear you, but did you hear me, Marsh?
I'm sorry, what you say?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell. Hell.
Oh my
Marsh,
goodness.
why are you playing with me?
I'm sorry. I apologize. But let me just say my little opinion on what you just said about Michael and this young lady.
Okay,
I
well, you did hear me.
Yes, I did. I heard all of that. I heard all
Okay,
of that what you
I'm talking about, did you hear me? Go ahead.
said.
Tell you what's going on. But go ahead. Marsh, here your ass go. Marsh. Lord have mercy.
Something don't want her to comment.
Yes, clearly. I feel like she playing me like a yo-yo. Up and down, up and down. Okay, Marsh, I'm gonna let you go, child. Stop trying to
This,
Stop.
this stuff is crazy.
Okay, oh, she done popped up. Miss Al,
Hi,
how you doing?
I'm good. Hold on, how do I turn this camera off?
No, we can see you good, girl.
No, I don't want nobody to see me. I'm trying to turn the camera off.
You
Hold
look
on.
beautiful, girl.
Thank you.
So beautiful.
Thank you. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Okay.
She said, put my ass down till I'm ready.
Hi, Gigi. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Oh,
Hello.
So, I just want to share my thoughts. Um, I know yesterday Storm said that he doesn't believe that this is like a Clive thing, and I just want to say, when it comes to the industry plays the long game. You know, like
Mhm.
last year, Angie was already receiving threats. I think throughout the year, she was receiving threats. And I think certain people were placed, around Angie for this particular event. I'm going to
Mhm.
always say, stick to the people in the van. I'm going to also say that I truly believe that this was something ordered from Clive, because in this situation, you have to think like the military. They don't believe in coincidences. There is no reason for everyone to have survived in this van, and the one person who was asking for their money was unalive.
Mhm.
And on top of that, I know again, he's Storm stated that the situation is just so sloppy. Yes, it is sloppy because these people are such narcissists that they truly believe that this woman will not be missed. They truly believe that, because they might have not cared about her, that she
Yeah.
didn't have fans. So this is why it's sloppy, because they thought that this was another celebrity that they could just get rid of, and it was just going to be swept under the rug. I mean, Michael Jackson even passed, and it was, we didn't put this much energy into it. But the thing about Angie is the way she spoke, the way she carried herself. She was genuinely an earth angel. So we felt the energy that she gave. This is why we are pouring into it the way that we are. On top of that, they couldn't say certain things about Angie that they could say about other, artists, because they might have participated in the industry events. You know what I mean? Like drugs and trafficking, things of that nature. We know Angie didn't get into any of that. So this is why they couldn't place certain things on Angie. Another thing that I believe is higher ups is, look at the blogs. These people in the van don't have the power to shut down blogs. The blogs
Right.
are not talking about it. The news didn't report it. Even at the scene. Another thing about the scene is, I truly believe it's a crisis scene. Yeah, I just that's what I believe. I don't believe the story. I know he said he spoke to the cousin. I don't believe that. I believe that truly I believe that we're going to get other statements from people in the van and their stories are not going to add up because they're all snakes. You got a bunch of snakes that agreed to do something, and what's happening is they're not seeing the payout. I think one person is getting the money, other people are not getting what they were offered, and now the snakes are going at it with each other. So it's going to
Mhm.
get sloppy. It's going to get really sloppy. And then we're going to get more stories coming out saying, oh no, you were here and you were here. But to me, it's like the first 48. When somebody does something and you have all these people around, you do a thorough investigation. Where I want to see where are the phone records? Even Angie, somebody said that Angie yelled, stop, right? And slow down, right? If Angie yelled slow down, and there was an accident. When the police get on the scene, there was somebody unalive. So you tell the officer, she yelled, slow down. She's not here. He didn't slow down. Why was he not thoroughly investigated? Where's the phone records? I need Angie phone records, everybody in that vehicle phone records. Just to see what was the text messages like that day with everybody. Where was everybody and where were they placed? Because I'm gonna go with everybody in the van. And I know we don't want to believe that, Michael's involved, but I truly believe that he knows what's going on. A few days after Angie passed, Michael announced her passing. And right after him announcing her passing, he goes to say, we have some new work coming up. Where
Mm.
are your emotions for your mother? Why
Ooh,
are
say
we
that.
putting out? I'm sorry.
I said, say that, Anna. I just gotta tell you, girl, I like you. I
Thank
like
you.
you. I love how you just speak and I just love your spirit. But go ahead, Anna. You got.
Thank you. But where is your emotions for your mother? And I think Diamond is lost in the sauce. She kind of gives me like, the family drunk, the family party girl. She wants the money. She needs a new set, top and bottom. So she needs the money. But Michael gives more industry. It seems like he always desired to be in the industry. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like it would take much for him to genuinely think to help sacrifice his own mother. And I think that they kind of are like, don't talk about this, don't talk about this. Why do you think that is? Like, again, this is your mother. Did you get a payout? I would believe that Clive, offered these people some money, because a less amount than what he owes Angie, because these companies have never really paid out a celebrity when they wanted their money. You've never seen anything in the news. They're too high up for that. And I believe that some money was offered. I
Well,
think every
come to Etta, because you cooking. I want you to keep talking, and you need to come up more often, Etta, please. But you know, I think they learned from Diddy because look, he paid off and he in jail.
right, but and that's another thing. I don't think this is a Diddy thing, because Clive threw Diddy under the bus. It's a wrap for him too. I think this is a Clive thing.
Mm. Do
But
you
like I
think we
said,
should talk more about Diddy and Jay Z and them? Press 7 if you guys want to talk more about them too as well, and that type of dark industry. I'm sorry, Etta, keep going.
yeah, but no, this is definitely an industry thing, and this is why it's hard. You're not going to get somebody who hit a semi, goes across the road and hits somebody, and then the driver disappears. These people in that van don't have that type of power. They don't even have the money. They're broke. This is why they were able. They tried to do the situ. They did what they did. They don't have that type of manpower to say, "Oh, I don't think the industry is a part of this." Yes, he is. Angie was just surrounded by broke, desperate individuals who was willing to play a part in sacrificing her.
That's true.
Because the things that is surrounded by the case is too higher up. They shut down the blogs. Like Hollywood Unlocked, the Shade Room. Nobody is talking about this besides the YouTubers. And that's a higher up thing.
But see, this let me say this. This is the thing. The people that was all in her little circle at her home and that was around her every single day. See, those the people and stuff that they would get to do that dirty work. See, let me tell you something. The
Hold
devil.
on, Big Mama. I'm still on Etta. I'm sorry. Etta, I still need you to just keep talking.
Well, I was
I don't know.
responding
I
to
mean,
what
that
she
was,
was saying.
Oh,
yeah.
Big Mama, I still want to hear. Can you make it real short? I just want to hear Big Mama. I'm a fan already. Go ahead, Big Mama.
Girl, let me just go ahead and listen to a girl
No,
because I'm
no.
trying.
Go ahead, because I want to hear what you have to say.
No, because she was really talking about something. I was just saying that the devil ain't gonna come. You understand? He ain't gonna leave his throne. He gonna use his little imps to do it. I agree with everything that she's saying. You understand what I'm saying? But the thing is I still say Lethal is connected to the people that was in her house. But I think Lethal is connected with the higher ups. You understand what I'm saying? See, the people, like she said, and the car was desperate. But Lethal is connected to the ones, like she's saying, allegedly, Clive Davis. You understand? He's connected with the higher up peoples. See, orders were made. Orders was made. You
Right,
understand, for this stuff to happen.
Okay.
right.
Etta.
But this is why I would love to see the phone records, because I truly believe. Listen, let me tell you something. Because the way that they're trying to paint this picture is this, like, Angie was just so out of it. Well, maybe she was. Was she drugged? Did she not have, the capacity to pick up her phone and text somebody and say, "Oh, I don't feel safe"? Because I'm not gonna buy that in her last, the time, before she passed, that she wasn't constantly looking over her shoulders. So the day of this concert, I believe that they gave her an offer that she couldn't resist, because they said it was a last minute show, but it had to be some real money in it. Because I would think that she would want to keep herself safe. And then you just do a switch up. I don't think she would be comfortable with that. Oh, this is not my normal driver. Well, that's a coincidence. Why is this not my normal driver? I don't think Angie would just be like that. There has to be some form of Angie communicating with somebody. You know, that's just how I feel. I don't think that Angie would just be
No.
willing to just move around so freely, knowing that she already be getting these threats.
Well, Etta, did you know that the driver and Angie, they knew each other already?
Yeah, I did hear a little bit about that.
Yes.
I
So he's
did hear a little.
not a stranger.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the way that things, I just don't, I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you
I
do.
don't think I just don't believe that Angie just felt so comfortable with everybody around her. I truly believe there is some form, if we check those phone records, that she's talking about the individuals that was around her. And I truly believe that they gave her an offer that day that she couldn't resist. And everybody was perfectly put in place for this scene to go down. But I'm not sure if she left that hotel. Another thing is, I truly believe, and I'm just saying this, I don't know if this is true, but if you keep pressing, I I don't know. I normally, to me, when it's a crisis scene like this, they would try to get some form of footage. But the funny thing is, to me, the face that Angie had, the way that she looked, the industry made fun of it for years. I don't think they could even get a stunt person to look like her, because she has such a unique look. And this is why we don't even get those fake videos of the scene for real. That's
Mm.
just how I feel. So
So,
I don't know.
yeah. Hold on. Now, did y'all see my thumbnail? Is that better? Everything is allegedly. How about that? Is that better?
Allegedly.
Y'all see that? Everything is allegedly. Okay. All right. All right.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right. Protect
Miss
yourself,
Mary,
Gigi.
yeah, because we just a community. We are sitting on the porch. We're sitting on the porch like black folks do, and we just talking about what's going on in our thoughts. Hell, hell.
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Harris, how you doing, baby? I tried to say hey to you earlier, but I don't know what was going on.
I know I had a double feed, so I had to restart my phone. I missed y'all. I've been super duper busy,
I know that's right. I
but
miss
I've been listening. And Ada, you really, you make somebody think. Like you make somebody think. Like all of it so all over the place.
Right.
Now we got down to the nitty gritty of what actually might have happened, but you bring up some good points. Now, Lethal. If he's in the entertainment industry, I believe that he could be with the higher ups. He could be. If they were friends, you never know. He might have been going behind her back. But I do agree with that's not my regular driver. So who gave him the authority to, nobody ran it past me. Like you say, if she was looking over her shoulder, like, where you come from?
Right.
Right.
Did
Where's
Michael
the regular
And I
person?
knew that she, and like she said, she did know him, but to me, I feel like
tell
even before him driving, I feel like Angie already had a little bit,
Es-
like kind of feeding him with a silver spoon already, just in my
Es-
opinion.
Right.
Esther, 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 you hear me calling you? Esther, did they take her to Esther? Oh,
Yeah,
Ida, Ida,
here.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Oh, you was calling me Esther.
Esta Maria.
And her name Ida, God damn it. My bad, Miss Ida. Shit, I don't know why I got Esther stuck in my throat. Esther, I mean Ida,
Man,
Ida.
Yes.
Okay, I got a thought, Ida. Can I share my thought with you, Ida?
Yes.
I don't know if it's true or not, Ida, but it just bam, it just hit me, Ida. Okay, like a thief in the night. Boom.
like a
So, what
tonight.
is this, Ida? Check this out. Okay, Michael had a birthday party on the 28th, girl, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, did he was talking to his boo thing? I forgot her name, but y'all know her name, the prostitute girl. And
Shana.
he was like, Shauna. They was like, okay, so Shauna would come on Michael like, we need to have a party for you. Let's make it big. What was Shauna in the van or not?
I don't think, I'm not sure.
Was in that goddamn van. Okay. So Shauna was probably booed up with Michael on his birthday, right? And
Mhm.
Shauna was telling Michael, oh yeah, I know you her driver, but don't worry, I'm gonna get my boy Lethal to drive that
Can
night.
y'all hear me?
Mhm.
So Michael, we gonna be off on that juice, also on that what y'all drink, Patron, okay? And we gonna do it too. Okay, it could have been like
Can
that,
you-
right? It could,
Mhm.
because what was Michael doing and who is he partying with? We
But
know he
that
was at a party, but Magic, hold on, Magic, do we know who he was partying with
can
that
you hear
night?
me? Yes or no?
I can hear you, but it ain't your turn yet. Magic, Magic,
I apologize.
Magic, is you gone? Okay, well, Magic gonna come back. Rest break. Okay, Miss Harris,
Yeah.
could that be possible? Who was Michael at the party with that night when he was celebrating? Who was he celebrating with? He wasn't celebrating with his mama.
No, his mama was on the road. It probably was the girl Shanna. Wasn't they messing around with each other supposedly?
Yeah,
Mm.
supposedly, and they still got something going on. They doing business together, selling that damn hot sauce.
Mm.
So
Well,
they real thick as thieves, right? And
and
do you think
she
that
done put that thigh out on him. She done broke it down on him, took him down and through there.
Miss Harris, let me tell you about these hoes. They are very professional. They know what they're doing. Okay, this is
Absolutely.
profession. Okay, she's an icon in the game, and especially if a man not used of a woman really taking him to pound town like
I
that.
wonder what she looked like.
And then hold on, Miss Harris, don't let the girl can cook some good fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, and candy yams afterwards,
Cause
girl.
you know he ain't missed no meals. You know he ain't missed no meals.
Okay, you know that's a damn rap. It's not like she Black China, because when Black China got with Rob, she got him to slim down, right? Because she was getting
Yeah.
him depression and stuff. But I don't know what she's doing with Michael or how the transformation in these 2 years in the life, because I don't know what it was before and after. I don't know. Oh, all right.
But you can look at Michael and that girl and tell, you understand that that girl went after that girl dealing with Michael for a reason, because she's not an ugly girl and she look like she can probably have anybody she want. And Michael looked like a young Biggs Marquis. Ugly. Ugly. Come on now.
you something, Big Mama? I
What?
have seen so many unattractive people with attractive people. In
Mm-mm.
this day and age, you got a lot of mixed matching going on. Look at Biggie
Mm-mm.
Smalls and Faith. Faith is gorgeous, but Biggie Smalls, I'm gonna say less.
But
So
Biggie Small had money.
that's true.
Michael broke, so
Uh
that don't match up.
Well,
It
okay.
he's
Now,
don't
not broke
match up.
if his mother is gone. He's not broke anymore. If he can figure out how to get the money.
Well, hell, he broke if he can't get the money from Miss Dot.
I don't think he's going to be broke for too long. I truly believe that
No,
Clive is going to cut a check.
Hmm, I believe
I
that.
mean, because why would they say leave it alone? Let's stop talking about it. Nobody's doing. Everybody's trying to find justice for your mother. It doesn't make any sense, and you have to call it for what it is.
no, it
You're
doesn't make sense. And
It
you
you
don't.
got
don't
to
have
keep.
sympathy. The thing that I'm telling you, what that man said was his mother passed. Rest in peace to my mom. But we have some new work coming soon. What?
That don't even go together.
What? What?
did
You
you?
are not innocent. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
People got upset that he was cussing in the church.
Allegedly. You I think that Michael wants to play this industry game, but Michael's going to find out really soon that the industry is loyal to no one. And he's
And
going
they
to be
gonna
looking
treat
over his
him just
shoulder
like they
very
treated
soon as
Angie.
well.
They gonna treat
Yeah, the
him just like
industry
they treated Angie.
because it's one thing to talk about it and plan for it, but when it's actually done, I know his soul is not sitting well. He's scared too, and he's looking over his shoulder. But it's you done. It's done.
Hmm.
It's done.
Miss Etta, who is Michael close to besides that girl? Do he got any men friends?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't really. I seen a few things on his social media, and like I said, what I seen was a poser individual who is clearly a mama's boy who truly
Mm-mm.
thinks that the industry is this amazing space, and he's going to truly find out it is not, and is not loyal to anyone.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he gonna find out.
He can be a Drewski. Look at Drewski. He's not attractive and he's a billionaire, you
I
know?
think he the cutest little thing. He ill built
But
though.
the thing about Drewski is
Not
he doesn't carry that poser spirit. Michael carries a wannabe spirit. He carries a mama's boy on him. Like when
Yeah,
you see it, it looks like he never left the porch. It just looks like he's been semi privileged. I know
yeah,
they like to say that they don't have money, but you're higher than middle class. You are genuinely privileged most, more than most children. African American children. And he gives that. He gives a very privileged wannabe individual who is a mama's boy.
mm.
Want to be seen.
Yeah. Very poser energy.
Well, I think if that is true, Ada, the best way to get to a person like that is to blow up their ego. Tell them words of confirmation so they can live in that fantasy.
And I think
well,
that's what Shannon
that's what that
do for
girl
him.
doing.
Yeah, that's what Shannon does for him. Allegedly.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Y'all just
But
think about it. If somebody mom passed, let me tell you something. I know how we rocking our family, baby. Somebody take my mom passed away, and my mom is gone. But somebody take my mom away, and we feel as though some weird stuff done happened. Listen, I don't care if you take our life. We gonna talk about it. And see, that's why I say a lot of stuff just ain't adding up. That's going together. Y'all, you're not even talking about your mom. You understand that? And I know that they know something is wrong.
Mm. Well,
yeah.
I understand both sides of the spectrum, Big Mama. I can understand that, you don't want people to talk about your mom in the public because oftentimes when people talk about people that's dead, Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, they pervert it. They do all these other weird stories and all this stuff. And, you don't want that out there. You rather don't talk about my motherfucking mama at all. Sometimes it's best not to be popular or famous, because once you are popular or famous, people are going to put rumors and lies about you, and they're going to spin it and they're going to push it, especially in social media today, because everybody has an opinion and you cannot stop people's fucking opinions about shit. People going to talk. People going to have a lot of shit and you ain't going to dislike. And that's just how the world operates versus back in the 50s. Social media was not there, and the news outlet, it was limited and it was more censored, so they have more control the narratives and stuff they're going to push. Now every and anybody is a news outlet.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about them, the children. I'm just in my mind, I'm just thinking if something like that.
They must got Big Mama. She done cut off mid sentence. Okay,
All I
I
know is
don't need.
go ahead.
I
Go ahead,
understand
baby.
what you're saying, Gigi, but the thing about it is, again, Angie, nobody's talking about Angie in a bad way, and it's
Right.
your mother. It's your mother,
That's
and I
right.
have yet to hear you, really, really say something good about your mother or keep speaking about her.
And
Like the things,
on the other side, Etta. Okay, so I gave you that side. Now let me get the other side. Now I would feel that, Michael, you see, these are Angie fan base. These are people that supported your mom. If it wasn't for these people, you wouldn't have the lifestyle that you have. So I will hope that you will have some type of sympathy or empathy to these people and say, hey, you guys, I want to tell you guys what's going on. And I do feel like this. So I feel like it was just an accident. And I see and I hear you guys, but to ignore the people that have supported you and your mom livelihood and you just act like they don't even exist. And I know you know they exist. You talking shit behind the back, but I think people would appreciate, even if you did cuss them out, if you would have came and said it so they can have an idea what's going on. What do you think about that, Etta?
I'm sorry, Gigi, I literally just came back in. I
Girl,
had a phone
there
call.
y'all go.
No, somebody called my phone.
It's gonna be quiet because what I say, it don't matter.
It
It
do. I'm sorry, somebody called my phone and I couldn't hear
don't, okay, well,
anything.
Sean, did you hear what I said? Miss Hill.
Don't do me like that, y'all.
Sean Hill can't even hear me either. Ain't that sad?
But Gigi, I think that sometimes people look at it the wrong way though, because you understand, they can say bump us, you understand, the fans, all that type of stuff.
Go ahead,
Is
Big.
they saying like, I'm talking about them speaking. They ain't even gotta speak out to the world. I'm talking about, hey, to the authorities. Like, listen, something ain't right. They not doing that. That's what I'm saying. Bump us. We just
Right.
fans. We just love her music. What I'm saying is, why the kids is not making a big deal to the authorities, to the FBI. They not speaking up at all.
Well, Big Mama,
That's why I say that that's
it's
that's
either
that's
one.
weird right there.
Okay, Big Mama,
Cause if it was my mom, I don't care. Y'all can take us out. But
okay,
I'm speaking out about my mom.
Big Mama, it's a few reasons. Okay, either one,
That's what I'm saying.
Big Mama, if I can't
We
talk,
ain't talking about the fans.
Big
We ain't
Mama,
talking about the bloggers. We ain't talking about none of them. We
Hold
talking
on,
about
Big
the
Mama. Hold on,
children.
Big Mama. Hold on, Big Mama.
shit. God damn. Can y'all hear? Can you press the two if y'all can hear me? I don't think people can hear me. Did they mute me? Did they get
Something happened.
shit? And she was talking over me. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
No, we couldn't.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
Nope.
Lying,
I heard you.
lying motherfucker. I still love Big Mama. I know that's a damn lie.
Oh, give me another in the chat.
Y'all smell that? Bullshit. Bullshit. Okay. In response to Big Mama, I feel like either the kids feel like this was just an accident. They really feel like this was nothing else but just an accident. Or two, um, damn, if they don't think it's an accident and they feel like something actually happened to her, maybe the love wasn't like y'all thought the love was, and they just probably thankful and just want to move on. Or it could be, do you think that they're scared? Is it possible that they're scared to do anything or to have a position? I don't know. Diamond seems like she ain't never scared of nothing. I can't see her being scared of shit.
And she
Well, hell, they
lied.
might be scared. They might be scared, but this is what I'm talking about. This is your mother. This ain't the buddy down the street. I don't
Okay,
know because
hold on.
I come from a
You-
whole nother world. I
Use
come from a whole nother ride or die world. Like,
use wisdom. Hold on, Big Mama. Use wisdom. Gigi, you better not tell anybody watch language. Use wisdom. Watch your language. Watch your language. Watch your language. Watch your language. Watch it. Everybody watch their language. Okay? When you get on the platform, don't be cussing. Okay? And I can cuss if I want to. This is my platform. Use wisdom. And I know how to cuss. I know how to do it where YouTube ain't gonna detect certain things, and I know not to use certain words, and I know not to use a cuss word and make it where it's threatening. All that matters. I just cuss, and it's more of just whatever. I've never cussed and say you stupid mf'er, you a dumb mf'er. I've never used those words and weaponize it to degrade anybody. So use wisdom. I got this. Yes. I would tell people don't cuss and I will cuss. That is my right. And I'm going to continue to do it. Use wisdom. So leave me alone and watch your language. Use wisdom. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Big Mama. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, y'all scared, but y'all ain't obviously ain't nobody scared to collect that money.
Can I say this? If the children truly believe that it's an accident, I would genuinely have to question if there is an attached entity, because I think the reason why we're going so hard is because it genuinely does not sit well within our spirits, and these are her children. These are her children. You don't, how do you don't feel that? You don't see that? You don't see that there is a coincidence that your mother is asking for this money and now she is no longer here. Not only that, your mother was injected, and she said this out of her own mouth. And now today, she is not here. There is no coincidence. And this is how you have to see it, because this is how the military sees it. The military does not believe in coincidences, and we need to think like that. There was already a attempt on her, and she stated that. And then this happens. You cannot be sleeping well at night.
Hmm.
And if you are, I would have to say you have to have a demonic entity attached to you. Period.
Well, Anna, it'd be better if they would have came out and said, "You guys, I've heard the rumors that you guys are painting, and I want to let you guys know it was no foul play. It was just an accident, and that is what me and my brother believe, and that's that. We are moving on, or we gonna be X, Y, and Z. We selling this hot sauce. If y'all want to get it, I'm gonna get me some fried chicken today and some catfish, and I'm gonna use Angie hot sauce, and we're gonna do reviews, and we're gonna push Angie's hot sauce. Okay, 100% sucker free. Rest in peace, my mama. Would that be better?
I think to some individuals that's at a light density, maybe, but to the ones who truly are here and truly trying to figure this out, even still, it wouldn't be, to me, satisfying, because again, this is not a thing that was. I don't believe it was truly an accident. Allegedly, this was a setup. Allegedly. So again, maybe so, maybe not. I don't know on that. I think for some people, yeah, maybe show some form of sympathy, but there's no form of sympathy in my opinion, none.
Right.
They're just like
And
ignoring you. but they know you're there. Do you think they just really did not know and they just really don't be on social media?
Gigi, no, no. I believe that there was a allegedly a check, some form of a check, um, that was less, way less than the amount that was owed to Angie. These people are broke. Nobody's gonna say, "Oh, leave it alone, be quiet," and you know you want that money. You have a check already written with your name on it,
What
allegedly.
check are you talking about? What check are they going to get?
I truly believe that there was a check offer from Clive,
Oh,
and
now
again, these people.
why would Clyde and do you mind if I question you, Miss
Mm.
Sure,
Ida? I'm sorry, Etta. Ida, do you mind if I question you?
yeah, sure.
Okay, it's not bad intent, because I know you're new here, or I know you're new to me, and you seem like a good spirit person. I just have to say it because I don't want you to snap on me because asking you a question or something like that. You know what I mean? So,
I won't be snapping.
okay. I'm getting tired of getting snapped on. Shit.
Damn, Gigi.
I won't stand for your goddamn ass. Shit. Okay. Damn, I done forgot what the
You
what
was
was
asking why would they get offered a check, and then you had a thought.
yeah, why okay. So Clive Davis, why would he give them a check if he ain't give their mama a check?
It's
Because
hush money.
it's a lesser amount. He's willing to cut a check, but remove her. She's talking too much. She might talk way too much and say something that she doesn't need to say, and we're not giving her this money. But I know that they're broke, so they're willing to take anything. I'm just going, let me write this little bit right here for them, because there's no telling how much they really owed Angie. It could have been way more than what she said. We don't
It
want this woman
was.
sitting on anything. We don't want her to own anything. She's an African American. We don't let them own their stuff before they go, before they leave this earth. Absolutely not. Who does she think she is? Let me get these homeless people with what I know they will take.
Mm. Okay, well, let me say this like this, Etta. And I'm gonna say it in a way so people won't get mad that's monitoring. Okay. Okay. And pick up what I'm putting down. Okay.
Okay.
So do you think the boy and the girl had this talk with Clyde and the posse before February the 28th?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, girl. And you see how we talk like that, Etta? We're going to have to start talking in code, y'all. Okay? Because if we go down this road with you know who, with Mr. Davis, oh, yeah. So we're going to have to, look, we're going to have to come up with our own nicknames. Okay? You see, I say the boy and the girl. Y'all know who the fuck I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So you feel that the boy and the girl, they were in talks about this scheme before.
Yes, ma'am. And I want to say this. And I only say, and I know you don't get into this world, Gigi, because you mentioned it. And I had left a comment because I am in the tarot read it world. I
Okay.
do I do reads and I watch reads. Angie was a Sagittarius for years. I mean, for years. The energy was coming out that you cannot trust one of your children for years, on top of the energy that was coming out in the readings. They was saying that there was cameras placed in the home, all around the home, and there's particular person that's watching all of your movements, even your intimate moments. Now, for Storm to say Shannon was in that house, this is a snake. You don't think she would place cameras around your house? She want to see what you doing, how you doing, where you're at. For years, these was coming out in the messages. So yes, I believe so. And I know a lot of people might not believe in that, but I don't believe in coincidences. And I think the son is the one. I think the daughter kind of gets left out a little bit. You know, you might hand her a little Patron, she simmered down.
Let's call Can we call her the girl?
The girl, we might get the girl a little bit Patron. She be like, all right, give me another fourth of that Henny. All right, she gonna sit down. Give her a little bit, she gonna sit down. But the boy, he know what
Hmm.
he doing. He knows what he doing. And again, I will not be surprised if he's out working with his dad, doing this, doing that. Are you kidding me? I would not be surprised if they get together and start doing new music and everything else.
Yeah, I heard about that. I know the boy really want to go on tour with D'Angelo.
Yep.
But I haven't heard nothing about it recently. So I guess maybe they waiting for this to blow over and then they're gonna bust out with a tour. I don't know how that even gonna work. I don't
Yeah,
even know what
because see,
D'Angelo look like.
yeah, but the thing about it is with the industry, there are rituals played out. So you take something to give something. So is
That's
this person taken for you to replace that space? Like, when you take a life, a child is born, are you considering yourself the newborn star? Were
Ooh.
you in place of that ritual? Was that it?
Oh. Now
and that's what they do.
I gotta say this. Now I know you probably heard that I said I'm not into. I ain't
Yeah,
into.
yeah, yeah. I know.
But hold on, let me finish. I like how you're talking, and I try to be open minded. So and I think it's all how you come at me because I have some individuals in that community and how they just came mad at it. It was off putting, but you are very on putting. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Okay, like you just I don't know, maybe I don't know, are you doing a spell on me?
No.
That Chi crazy.
What? And she doing a on me? Shit. Okay, she got me mesmerized, y'all. Okay.
Gigi play too much.
Yes, she'd really do.
She play too much.
Okay.
Y'all, but listen, let me tell you, I got uncles and stuff that been in the music industry for a long time, man. When I tell you these people play these games, you understand what I'm saying? And the thing is we talking about that man, that's hush money. That's hush money. Like, you understand? Like, my uncle used to sit and tell the stories and stuff, and I'm telling you, they been in the music industry for a long time. Yo, they do this. This is stuff. I agree with her, everything she's saying. This stuff is not accidental, man. You understand what I'm saying? And listen here, they using the old trick. What is the quickest way to get to a man? A
Mm-hmm.
woman. A woman. See,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, he not gonna come off his throne. He gonna send his imps.
Now, Etta, since you in our world, tell me this. Was it planned to do it on Michael's birthday?
I think so. I think it
That
was
was a
part of a
sacrifice.
ritual. Again, is this right? If you take the life and one is born, and it's literally after your birthday. Like, I think it was a part of the ritual. This was all agreed upon.
Y'all really don't think that's quit? Y'all think that's just
Yes,
happened?
it's no coincidence. It's just no coincidence.
That don't even add up. I'm telling you what it
Right. And
is.
now he's trying to push out more work. Now he's trying to do this. Now he's looking to work with his father. You couldn't do this when your mother was alive? I mean, I think Angie would have loved to seen her son work with his father. That was very quick. That was really quick. You wasted no time.
Well,
You wouldn't want your mother to be here to see the day?
well, baby, he got something to say. He keep on leaving and he come back, leaving and he come back. I guess he's trying to get somebody attention. Y'all ready? He was the one that was smiling. He didn't change his name 4 or 5 times. I don't know what game he playing at. Baby,
Yes, ma'am.
what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Why you laying in that bed? Sit up.
Yeah, come on, young man.
Yeah, I'm not in the bed. I just wanted to say, this isn't directly related to anything that you guys spoke of, but I felt that when
Are you
Tyler
a
Perry came
distraction?
out,
Oh,
it
okay,
was
go ahead. You're gonna talk about Tyler. I thought you were
yeah,
a distraction for a minute. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. When Tyler Perry came out, it it made it seem like whoever was in charge was calling in the big dogs to kind of calm down the situation. Because now everybody's gonna remember Tyler Perry speaking out at the funeral, but I don't care how busy he is. You know, he said that he didn't have cell phones and he don't be on Instagram. But if Angie was your girl, you know, as the saying goes, give people their flowers while they're here. So it really made me scratch my head and question it because, you know, what are the odds that what happens to the other celebrities when they come out or have came out happen to her? You know, we seen what happened with a handful of other artists, which y'all may know the names better than me, but I just I personally think that, you know, it's neat to see that, you know, there is an active community that is solving problems and putting cases together, which, you know, in this day and age on the internet, people have been quite savvy when it comes to figuring out cases. Maybe not so much on the bigger ones, but, you know, like on certain robberies or murders or whatever in like certain cities and stuff, people hop on the internet and they'll figure it out. So I think I think it will get figured out. But the best thing that can happen is like proactiveness. They need to have like an interview where like they used to have it back in the days where they'll have like the person in a real dark room with the voice changer, and they need to somebody should pay somebody that was there to like tell their part of the story. You know, give them 50,000, give them 100,000, just to tell their part of the story, like a real uncut story. Because
Can't
just do.
Tyler Perry do that, baby? Can't Tyler Perry do that? Can't he
Uh,
got money?
I
Can't
mean,
he
that's a,
get people in a van to tell? Do you
that
think they'll do it at if
Why
Tyler,
would he do that?
huh?
Why would he do that?
Because he want to, if he trying to get to the bottom of it.
he can't be
That's the
though.
lie. That was all a front. Why would he do
Yeah,
that? And he's connected. He connected to the people.
What?
absolutely.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
He's
think that's why
connected
Monique
to
called
them.
him out.
Hold on, big baby. I be big mama.
Listen
Big
here.
baby. Are you
Listen
calling
here.
me
Let me
big
tell you.
baby, or were you
No,
calling my
big
big
mama.
mama?
I got y'all name confused, baby
All
and
right,
big
so
mama.
listen here. What he just said. Now, this guy that we're talking about. Now, he said he don't do social media, this and that, or whatever. But guess what? You did social. You found something about social media when that guy charged you for. You understand, for what you supposed to did to him. You found that out about him and try to offer the man, bought the man a car. You don't do social
Big
media.
mama, Tyler Perry, TP. He did her funeral, and you're saying
That
that.
DG, that was a front.
Hold
Ha-
on, hold on, big
You
mama.
see, you got to know these.
Etta,
It
what are
was
you?
it was
This
to,
was
in
a
my opinion, it
front.
was very commercial. It was very commercial. It was very
He's
industry. And I
connected
think
to the people.
right, and I think that's why Monique called him out because she's Monique's statement of calling him out was basically saying, in my opinion, y'all are still playing in this woman's face.
nope,
Exactly.
This
nope,
is
nope,
Tyler. This is TP.
nope. Monique coming
This
out was a deeper psyop to further the confusion that they want to stir up by even having Tyler Perry to speak out. Because
no,
once Tyler Perry speaks out and Monique says something, then that validates Tyler Perry. It's almost like when a rapper disses somebody and then the other rapper comes back for the diss record. It's really a shout out. So
yeah,
Yeah, but see,
I hear what
Monique,
you're
the
saying,
thing
but
is,
I just Monique's a
Wait,
Angie's a Sagittarius.
wait.
Monique is a Sag,
hey, I'm a
but
Sagittarius myself.
and so am I, and so am I.
Hold on. He done flipped that shit. I ain't never heard nothing like that. He said that Monique is in that shit too. That was a damn shout out. What?
No, I don't
No,
think.
no, she's not. No, she's
No,
not.
Monique's not in it. No,
Okay, well
Monique.
No,
that's
she's
that he
not.
said. Okay, well that's his perspective, y'all. You guys
Right.
don't,
Hmm.
But let me.
but that's his respect. I'm curious if he were well, he gotta say more about that. But we
Go ahead.
Etta, then we're gonna go back to baby because I want to hear how Monique is a part of that team. Go ahead.
Me or him?
You Etta.
Oh, okay. I don't think Monique is a part of it. She's definitely not. Maybe back in her early days, But Monique was blackballed. We know that for a reason. Monique has spoke out many a times. Monique is. Let me tell you why Monique is not a part. And I understand what you're saying, Sag. I understand why you said what you said. But Monique has a mouth on her that she can't even help herself. So sometimes she don't know how to read the room. At that moment, Monique came out of her body because she's saying, this is the audacity of this man. The audacity. He's still playing because he really owes me and he really is industry. Monique is going to call it out all the way. He's really industry.
But Etta,
And you up here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but Etta, I hear what you're saying. But after she did that, Tyler Perry was even more popular in the black community because it painted him as a victim and it painted Monique as a villain. And people hated Monique for doing
Right.
that.
That's why.
And
But
they
that's why
Oh
I'm
loved
my
telling.
goodness.
Perry even more. That's why it kind of makes sense that Baby said, "Oh, she just in it. It was a shout out."
But that's why I don't believe. That's why I disagree with what he's saying. Monique put herself in such a vulnerable situation. She's have already been blackballed. It wouldn't even have been a smart move for Monique to quote unquote play an industry game to even say something like that. Monique is genuinely just a hothead. She when she
Yeah.
demands something, she demands something. So she it wasn't her thinking, oh, this is Andy's funeral. No, she thinking this is a an end up here playing in my face because how he gonna pay for this and he didn't give me this. So he's still playing. It wouldn't even have been a smart move for her to make. Already being blackballed. A lot of people already don't like Monique for real, because of her mouth kind of gets her in a lot of trouble. So it wouldn't even have been a smart move for her to play an industry game like that and just
I
call
get
him
what you're
out.
saying, Miss Etta, but I'm gonna go with Baby. I'm just gonna go. Okay,
Okay.
okay, okay. What I was gonna say. Okay, so she did that, and I feel like if Baby, what he said is true. I don't know, but I'm just saying if what he said is true, maybe Clyde was like, "Yeah, Monique, I want you to shit on this shit and embarrass Angie even more,
Uh-uh.
disrespect Angie even more," because everybody took it as you disrespecting Angie. It was a slap in Angie face. That's how a lot of people took it. But go ahead, baby. You got my mind thinking now.
It's very important that we understand. Monique is an actress and Tyler Perry is an actor and an actress. So we're dealing with highly skilled individuals. I think one of the things that allows me to have my doubts is just remembering that this is the entertainment industry. So it wouldn't be far fetched to say that uh, they have as much power as it seems that they have. I'm saying that necessarily with regards to Cat Williams, because Cat Williams said something where he was like, "Well, if this happened and this happened, then it would seem this way." And I don't want to say that the Anadi, because I guess I'll say that word. I don't know if you can say,
I can't say that word, but just say the ill or something. You can
yeah,
make it something. Hell,
that
we know what you're talking about.
it's quite apparent necessarily the advancements that have been made over time. Even if you look at music for what it was in its more raw forms to what it is now. It's gotten even rawer. But when you bring Monique and Tyler Perry into the conversation, it's gonna necessarily, um, to a certain extent, it's gonna stagnate whatever progress could be made because you have this male figure on the right, and then you have this female figure on the left, and if you look at their chart record, they've both, to a certain extent, had to endure great deals of embarrassment. Top with his femininity, his feminine ways, and Monique with, like you said, her being deemed as loud black woman, plus some of the roles that she has had to play, like in Precious. So I'm no like psychologist, but I would only assume that there is some kind of psychological response that we process when we're dealing with the Andy Stone situation. Then we see Monique come out, and it's like, okay, well, I've been dealing with Monique my whole life. So to a certain extent, when Monique is saying something, even though true or false, just because Monique has been a part of my life for so long, it's gonna necessarily affect me in a certain kind of way. and none of us is getting paid off of this Angie Stone stuff. But who knows necessarily how the dollars are flowing based upon how the opinions of the people are. So if we're feeling like this person is guilty or that person's guilty or this is what really happened, how are these things helping to further the grand
I
plan?
don't know, baby, but sorry to cut you off, but I do know Monique. She did do what a sacrifice when her son came out here and humiliated her. Oh my God! I don't know if y'all seen that,
Can I
but
can I
go ahead, Etta.
can I say this? Okay, so when it
When
comes
it
to
comes to
Hollywood,
Hollywood,
they kind of play this game of the ritual is humiliation ritual. And so in order for you to be considered a star, you have to fall and know how to rise again. So this is why they kind of
Where
all
everybody at?
We here.
so this is
Okay, I
why
don't know where
all
Ada at,
most
but give me a
can you hear
minute,
me?
Gigi. I
Can you
want to
hear me?
respond. I want to respond to what Baby said, and this is real important to me because let me tell you something. See, I'm not gonna tell people exactly who I am. You understand? But I'm gifted to know things.
Is
Let
my
me tell
mic
you.
on?
Listen to this.
Oh, Etta, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
He has a right to feel the way that he feel, but it lets me know that you do not understand to the max of this industry or how far it go, how deep it go, how dangerous it go. Let me tell you something. Monique is from the same city I am from. Monique, you understand, that's just the way we is. You understand, to the point where we don't take no mess, and you get us wrong, we're gonna come out our mouth wrong. Monique, I mean, anytime you see a celebrity that's lower or they blackball or you understand their career ain't taking off the way, let me tell you something. They done gave the wrong person the no answer. Let me tell you something. Monique knew that it was stuff that she was not going to do. She knew that. Let me tell you something. Monique, anytime you find somebody that is coming out and bringing somebody name out that is in high places, you better know they not with their bull crap. Monique did what she did. I don't have a problem with what no Monique did. The thing is like I said, everybody can say what they want to say. You understand? But I'm gonna always speak up on Monique because they did her dirty. Not
Okay,
only
Right.
him, not
now
only him. You understand? The old woman, the zero, the letter O woman, and you understand, and some other ones. They did her dirty, so she have every right. Like I said, y'all don't understand. That was a front. When he did that for a reason.
okay. I'm sorry, Etta. Go ahead, because Etta was she was talk. Etta,
Thank,
I'm sorry. Go
thank
ahead,
you.
I,
Etta.
I was talking in reference to what baby said. Yeah, so you're talking in reference to humiliation rituals, and what happens is a humiliation ritual is to humiliate the artist or whatever, the industry individual, and they have to figure out how to bring themselves up again. This is what makes them an actual star. Every artist go through it. Chris Brown did with the Rihanna. You know, Will Smith is kind of going through it now. That's what genuinely makes you a star. So I get what you're saying with the Monique thing, because you maybe you're right, because she is in a stage of going through her version of the humiliation ritual and trying to help rise again. But again, I hear what you're saying, but the way that Monique has been blackballed, I don't see that for her, because she hasn't come out with anything new. She's not saying that she's about to be in a new movie. Like, what would she benefit from this when she's already in the hot seat? But I totally understand what you're saying. And I'll say this, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not. But industry wise, it don't look like anything's popping off for Monique right now for her to pull that type of stunt. Now, again, Tyler Perry, but TP being there, again, it was a play in the face, because where were you when this woman was alive? And then to read a
Mm-hmm.
message from the demonic himself is insane. The
Girl,
kids
you
should have just
smart.
the kids should have said, "Oh, absolutely." Let me tell you something. Take Angie away. Take Angie away. The history of this individual, the actual history. I wouldn't even want to even hear this name man in my presence. The
Mm.
Whitney Houston, the what's the group that Ice Cube was a part of? Easy E.
NWA.
Yeah, NWA, Easy E. Everything with this man name being attached to it. Why
Mm-hmm.
why would you first off, I didn't watch other celebrities, so I don't know if he left any other messages at their funerals. But to leave a message at this woman's funeral was eerie and disgusting, and it didn't sit well. And who allowed it?
Well, did the boy and the girl, did they have any say so about how their mom's funeral was gonna go, or they did just sit back and just allow TP to do everything?
I think her son definitely was guilty, which I don't.
Uh oh.
I think I saw something about his love life. I don't know, it was something about him that rubbed me wrong, but the son is just like giving guilty, like,
Yes.
I'm not a perfect person. I didn't make some mistakes, but he smells like some of those mistakes I done made. Like, I don't know, it's something about the kid.
Do
And
y'all
what do you,
really
and what do
believe?
you get from him? To actually say with your words, what energy do you pick up from him?
Let's call him the boy.
He would do something strange for a piece of change.
All right then.
And he might be a little shaky warrior for pay.
Yes, easily, easily. And then what if he does drugs? That's
Oh
another
Lord,
factor. If
First
Lord,
of all, ask yourself, do they look like they that intelligent to
Big Mouth.
orchestrate that funeral?
you
Wait.
know,
Okay, baby, I thought when you do them sugar bookers, it make you lose weight. What the fuck?
um,
Gigi, you need to stop.
What
I
the
would
fuck? What the fuck?
nah, I would say because you got to think about the stereotype. Certain stereotypes with Italian people or maybe Mexican people or whatever stereotype. It could be black people, but they be fat and they still. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I guess I watch too much TV because I don't know him in real life. You know what I mean? I don't know him in real life. Okay,
Mm.
go ahead, Big Mama.
I'm just saying, do y'all think if you, I mean, just, and looks can, be funny. You understand what I'm saying? You can't judge everybody by the looks, but I'm just saying, I'm telling you what I'm picking up. Listen here, let me tell y'all this. Do they look like they that intelligent to orchestrate that whole funeral?
So you
No,
feel
they
like
was told, y'all
you,
sit down, relax, we
Big
got it.
Mama, you feel like they didn't have any say so on the.
No, I don't. They was
Okay.
told they sit down, relax, we got it.
Adam,
I'm gonna say this, and I'm not being shady when I honestly say this. In no way, shape, or form on God's green earth should the girl be walking around here without anything in her mouth, because it will tell you your character as a woman, because you can get dentures. I think they're like $400-$500. It
uh-oh,
would it would it would it would scream. It
Sharon
would it
came back.
huh?
Sharon came back. Hold on. Shit. Should I drop all of y'all?
Stop
No.
playing, Gigi.
I ain't playing. She here. Okay.
Who?
Sharon.
Mama.
The
Oh, I
big
don't know
bad
who.
wolf.
I don't know.
God
I don't
damn it.
know who that is. But
Hey,
go ahead. Go do your thing.
Hey, baby girl.
did
How
you
you
get
doing? I got
good?
your email. Thank you, sweetie. I just been working and I hadn't had time to respond because I've been dealing with some other crap. I'm gonna be very respectful, not curse. But I think the issue is Stone is doing an interview right now, so he's not here with me. However, it's been an issue with your show last night, us coming on there. I think some of the bloggers are very jealous of you and the fact that we came on your show last night to represent justice for Angie when me and Stone came last night. So, Mr. Paperwork, he
Sharon,
decides to let to lie and tell Jaguar right that like, we, I guess, said something negative about her.
We didn't say anything negative about Jaguar Wright. Nobody.
So he got Jaguar right thinking
Wait,
that I'm trying to be her. I'm sick
wait,
of this. I'm
Ron,
sick
let
of
me
it.
clear it up. If Jack is listening, how you doing, Jack? You've been on my show a few times. You know, it's nothing love here. When people was talking about you, I was defending you, Jack. So it's nothing ill here. People, she was speaking. Sharon was speaking. People in the comment section were saying that is not Sharon, that is Jack.
It definitely sound like Jag.
Sharon said, "No, I am not Jaguar." That's it. She didn't say anything ill, horrible at all. It was the people in the comment section, and you know how these people are. They just felt that that was Jag. They felt that Sharon was Jag, and they kept on saying, "No, that's Jag. That's what. Stop lying, Jag. That's Jag. That's Jag." That's all it was. And she
That's
had.
all it's ever been, Gigi. That's all it's ever been. So let me explain on your platform how this happened. The algorithm broke when Mo3 King Von was murdered. It made me cry. I never even heard King Von's music before in my life, but I broke down. I have two grown sons when he was murdered, okay? Before I knew anything about him. So it brought me to these YouTube streets. And then I discovered who Mo3 was. It broke me down hearing his music, knowing what happened. You know what I'm saying? To both of them. I'm not here to defend what they did because it's documentaries out there about how they was, doing people in the streets as well. But that's not my story. That's not my call to judge Mo3 and to judge King Vaughn. So I'm going on people's shows. I'm dropping $100 bills. I'm dropping money. So they're letting me speak. So just say no to Skull. Said, "You sound like Jaguar Wright." So he started calling me Jag during COVID around 2021. I don't know Jaguar Wright. I don't know nothing about Jaguar Wright. I came on her show once, some show she did one time to let her know I'm not you. I don't want to be you. I never portrayed to be you. I explained to her how this came about. Okay, so the fact that I've been in the music industry, the fact that I sing sometimes on my blog, the fact, you know what I'm saying, that I decided to start my own YouTube channel to be able to have control of what I want to say. Okay, so that's how this thing came about. So this other blogger named Lady Scoop and all these people just came out of nowhere, y'all. I didn't know that they was using me for content. Cause at this time Jaguar disappeared. Nobody knew who she was. I mean, nobody knew where she was. They looking for her. So I didn't know that they dragged me and they boat into their BS to be her. So I don't know what's going on. I'm green. I'm showing love to my people. I'm on people's shows. I'm voicing my opinion. You know what I'm saying about what I felt. And next thing you know, they do this show telling me to show my face. The same picture up here now is the same picture I was using 3 years ago.
You
And
don't
if you
sound like her. You don't sound like her to me. So
and
I'm
if you go, I'm from Jersey, and if you but I live in Texas. But if you go to my Street Talk Daily Podcast YouTube channel, you'll see me. I'm showing my face. I don't look nothing like her.
Hey,
She's
Jaguar
Well,
Wright
can you
been
come up here and show yourself now?
I'm her. No, I got on my pajamas, baby. But next time I will. But if you want to go to my channel, you can go over there and see me. But anyway, I have respect for the woman. I have
Angie.
respect for the woman.
You
I'm
think she's Jag?
ain't no shame in my game. I am 52 years old. I'm her elder.
I'm
I'm
not saying
her
anything,
elder.
but I think pajamas or whatever. I think
I'm
it
her
should be no.
elder. And if I'm her elder, and if anything, she sound like me. I'm older than her. Okay, so I ain't got time to be playing these games with these dirty ass, messy ass YouTube
Okay,
streets.
whoa,
okay.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
hold
whoa,
up.
whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
wait,
whoa,
hold
whoa.
up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up, Gigi. Hold up. Whoever this girl is, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you trying to defend, If
Big
you trying to defend yourself, if you
Big
trying to
Mama.
defend,
Let's not put
G,
Yeah,
more
you can't be talking about Jaguar like that.
GG, hold up, GG. I noticed your YouTube page, but hold up, let me tell
Nobody
you
is
something.
talking about Jaguar right. I'm just letting y'all know that I
It sounded
never.
like it.
But this is the thing is, if you gonna come on here talking about you ain't Jaguar right and shit like that, guess what? You seem like to me you had more than enough time to prove that you was not Jaguar right by
Absolutely.
pulling your face up. You gonna sit here and talk about you in
Because we don't know
pajamas?
what you look like.
No, prove yourself. Prove
Girl,
yourself.
Yeah.
No,
girl,
Jaguar right.
girl, girl,
Come
Jaguar
to the
right.
girl, big
camera.
There's
mama,
no
Listen,
need to
big
talk.
mama.
Just prove
listen,
yourself.
listen. Let me
Y'all
tell you something.
crazy. So why y'all can't go to my page and see the
Listen,
show
But
when
this
wait
I
a
is the
minute,
show
thing.
Holly, we
hold
something?
up,
on
y'all.
live.
Understand
Why you
how
can't
Wait a
you
just
minute,
pull
gonna
it
hold
be
up?
up. Wait a minute,
Um,
Jaguar
hold
You
um,
up.
call us crazy. We ain't call you that.
Wait a minute, hold up, baby.
Gigi, can I speak, please? So I
wait,
can get up off of here and go and mind my business like I was doing. Thank you, Gigi.
wait, hold
Thank
on.
you, Gigi.
I just want to say something. To
I'm gonna
me,
show them. Let me throw on some clothes so I can show them my motherfucker. I'm sick of these people, bro. I'm
you
sick of what
you
this dude did tonight.
I wouldn't show anything. But Sharon, you guys, it's okay. So if Jag came out talking about her, so Jag is pretending to not to be Sharon to play these games. That you just sound like you make Jag sounds crazy. If this is Jag,
Exactly. I'm like, yo, she went on paperwork party show. Go
Jag,
over there. She's over there recording over there talking about me.
okay. Well, we don't want to get into that, Sharon,
I'm
because
I'm not I'm coming on your show to let you know since Jaguar Wright don't want to talk to me because she believed paperwork party lies because I'm coming on your show because this is where it started, right? Last night, right?
yeah, but it didn't. Nothing shit started. It was just people in the comment section. They assumed that you was Jag. You said it wasn't, and that's over. So,
So okay, so you need to get an update. So okay, so you need an update. So paperwork party had
Sharon,
Jaguar Wright on his show today, and he lied to her and said that I said something negative about her,
what
and I
did you
did not.
they
You know
say?
I didn't.
What did you? What did they say? You said negative verbatim.
You need to listen to his show, baby. Go
What
on
did,
his show and
I
listen to what he said.
I
How
don't
about you?
know that.
I don't do all that either. But I'm
Okay,
just telling you what happened. So some mutual people that know her that know me been trying to get her on the phone so we could clear it up because I'm tired of it. I'm not into the YouTube streets like that.
who's not you either. So I don't understand. What are y'all bagging up? Both of y'all saying you guys not each other. You're not twins. So stop allowing people to dictate your moves. People are going to talk. Ignore them. People talk shit about me all day, Sharon. I don't care. I'm not doing no clapbacks. I don't care. I'm moving forward. I'm going focus on what I'm here to do. And it's not going back and forth with anyone else. Stop allowing people to move you out your square. You don't got nothing to prove. Do you know these people?
I don't know these people from a can of paint and Big Mama that was trying to go in on me. I ain't gotta show my face to you and nobody else. When I'm ready to, I do. I'm in my pajamas. You ain't gonna and you right, Gigi.
Why?
You ain't gonna make me go put my clothes on just to show my face. I ain't no damn Jaguar, right? Go listen to that show on my Street Talk Daily podcast. It's titled I'm not no goddamn I'm not Jaguar, right?
Sharon, why are you going back and forth with Big Mama? She said what she said. Why don't you just move on? You know your truth and just move on. You don't have to go back and forth with them. You don't have to validate yourself.
Absolutely, my sister.
Find
And I
your
wasn't.
find your own tribe and your own audience. These people that dislike you, just move on. I wouldn't even give that energy because that's what they're wanting to keep the people
But
going.
this is what I've been telling Stone. You know what I'm saying? That this man is mad because he been stalking you, but he flipped it tonight on his show. He always lying, talking about
Sharon,
he been calling him.
Sharon, do you really think that your friend is Stone that you want to put that all out here?
Say that again.
Do you
Do
really
I think
you want to put that all out here? Because all it's going to do is to ignite it even
stir
more.
up more lies? Because
So
I'm not used to this. I don't know. I'm not used to this. Okay. I'm not used to people making up lies. People going to always talk. You know what I'm saying? When we came to your show, I didn't came angry. I came to express myself. I'm from up north. You know, to most people, we sound like we're aggressive and we're attacking them, but this is the way that we talk. So I want to say I apologize if I offended anyone last night when the lady said that I sounded angry. In a little way I am with all this stuff that's going on with Angie. And it's like, you know, the distraction is to take our mind off of getting justice for her. And all this drama that came out of us just coming on your show last night was very unnecessary. I can always come back to your show, show my face. You know what I'm saying? And support you.
Ron,
That's not a problem.
Ron, can I speak? I don't want you to show your face over here because I don't want to go into that narrative. Those are those people. I don't care about your face. Okay?
I mean, you didn't show your face for years. So what's the problem now? Now you're showing your face. You got a new channel. So why was it a problem when you didn't show your face? What the what?
Yeah, yeah, it was a problem, Sharon. People had an issue with me not showing my face, but guess what, Sharon? I don't. I'm not surrounded by people. My life is not dictated by these people. These are strangers, Sharon. Sharon, can I tell you a truth? They don't give a F about me, Sharon. So why would I overshare? Why should I do this when these people don't care about me? They care about the content, but me as a person, possibly not. Because if you're not showing your face for whatever reason, that means they cannot respect your boundaries. If they don't want to look at you, do you know how many YouTubers it is on social media that are very successful without face, with face?
Without show, yeah, faceless content. Exactly.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
over.
Sharon, you cannot control people, but you can control yourself.
Myself.
You can move
Absolutely.
on your own. Stop allowing these people to have so much power to dictate. Who cares? People are going to lie. People are going to say a whole bunch of stuff in the future. If you get on public, you know, the more you expose out here in the public, I mean, how many times have they lied on shit, Obama, Trump? They
I guess they come with the territory, huh?
lied on Jesus. I mean, they talked about Jesus. They talked about any and everybody, Saran. So
And you know, my husband keep coming in my office like, get your ass over here. He keep opening up the door, get off of that show and get your ass, go out and enjoy yourself with your friends and celebrate Angie. Because I
Sharon,
just,
that's real
you're
life.
right, you're
Stop
right.
looking on the internet. This is not real life.
This
Out
is,
in this world is real life. Enjoy your life, girl. You only get so small window on this earth. Why
yes,
would you spend
yes.
so much time in this toxic energy going back and forth with strangers you don't even know, you would never see, you don't care about? Move on.
Well, I'm not used to these scripts being written. I know this is for entertainment purposes, obviously. And you're right. And thank you. Last night I was the messenger. Tonight you're the messenger for me. So thank you, Gigi. I appreciate it. But I was like, yo, this dude is lying. I never said nothing about Jaguar negatively.
Let's not even bring other YouTubers up.
Crazy.
That's a
You're
cute
right. You're
time,
right.
you know,
Okay,
because
my love.
you're
You're
talking,
right.
you know, other stuff, and we don't want to do all that because that's I've never been about that, and I choose not
Well,
to.
I'm not used to this.
Love
So
for everybody. So
this is crazy.
yeah,
I'm not used to it, but it is what it is. Like you said, thank you for the little lesson, but you know, it is what it is. But I was like, yo, I'm not with it. I'm sick of this.
Sharon, you got a husband, girl. You blessed. You know how many people out here that don't got is nobody. You got somebody to cozy up to. Count your blessings. You can
Yeah.
walk. You can talk. I mean, you in good health, Sharon. Do you know how many people died tonight? How many people not going to see their mama tomorrow, and you worried about these people?
I'm really not, but I want to speak my piece and speak how I felt. So I don't know nobody in the chat. Whoever was in the chat last night saying what they was, I don't know these people, baby. I don't know them, and I just don't appreciate it. You know, people saying that I'm her. I'm not her. I'm not trying to be her. I never wanted to be her. I'm me.
Don't
I'm
show.
me.
I
Get to
think
know me.
I think this situation is so senseless. You don't sound like Jag to them.
Exactly.
To
Thank
me, you
you.
don't sound. Y'all don't sound like alike. You probably have similarities, but I know this ain't no damn Jag. You
Yeah,
know,
well, damn right. Look
Jag.
out of here.
I have talked
Yeah,
to Jag plenty of times on my platform, and you're not.
yeah.
You're not her.
And I'm not trying to do anything. You know, she asked me. I didn't ask her. So I'm not trying to do nothing. I don't
Ryan,
I'm good. I don't need no headaches. I don't need no problems. I'm a businesswoman. I work a 9 to 5. I got a husband. I love life. I don't got time. I don't
Stop,
got time for these YouTube streets. I just wanted to clear that. So,
stop oversharing. They don't need to know nothing of what you got going on. Stop oversharing.
all right, Gigi.
You bless and stay blessed. All right.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you. All right, Big Mama, I'm not gonna have you going back and forth. Let's get back on topic. But I hope Etta's still around. Damn, we done lost Etta. Etta said the spirit. Etta, Etta, where you at?
Big baby back in the building.
Yeah, baby back in the building. But I want Etta. Etta.
Gigi, I want to applaud you for what you just did. That was a wonderful job.
We
That
Oh,
was really a wonderful job what you just did. And
guys
yeah,
appreciate
yeah,
that. 'Cause sometimes I feel like you guys want people to gas shit up. You want more drama,
no,
and
no,
that's
that was that
we
was wonderful
do.
how you handled the situation and diffused it. I really applaud you for that, and it brought it back around to your platform of what we're used to.
good. Thank you. I appreciate you guys that appreciate, the peace and really getting to what's going on here, not the all this other distraction and this bull crap. This ain't no damn reality TV.
You need to snap that fan. We need to be fanned up in here, Gigi.
Get
I just wanted to say I am single.
If you're out here, Ada, please come back because I really enjoyed you, Ada. I really like you. And I'm sorry if I offended any community. If I'm just ignorant to that. I just don't know. But I really like Etta. But go ahead. Baby, did you want April? How's it going, April?
Hey, hey, Gigi, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just want to say my issue about the Angie Stone situation. My thing is with the son. Why come he didn't make a song with his father when his mom was alive? Some don't add up with that.
Mhm.
I'm
Well,
just being honest.
he did say that somebody the higher ups wanted him, his mom, and D'Angelo to go on tour together. And he was excited about that. But why would he tell that story knowing that D'Angelo and Angie Stone, I don't think they got along that well. D'Angelo, I don't even think he went to the funeral. He didn't speak out about it on the internet. I don't think so. If he did, I did not hear about it. But I honestly think that he comes off naive to even tell that story knowing that D'Angelo and Angie, they're not on the best of terms, and it shows.
Did they co-parent when little Michael was little?
I don't know. I gotta ask you guys that. Did D'Angelo and Angie, did they co-parent? How was their breakup? I heard it was real messy. Did they do half custody? It seems like April that D'Angelo really was not in that boy's life.
Like,
It feels
the boy a little sweet, so it makes you think that he probably was up under his mama because he a little soft.
I
like
remember Angie stating that her children's the father to her children were not exactly playing their part in their children's lives. So I don't think he was that much.
right. I don't think he was that much. If anybody know anything else, please tell us different. But
Well,
I
I
do
don't mean to cut everybody off. Was Angie Stone, was she older than D'Angelo? Because wasn't he much younger than Angie Stone? Because I have heard allegedly that D'Angelo was 19 and Angie Stone was 30. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
hmm And
I
I just want to say
think that they said that the
It's nothing
industry.
wrong with that.
Oh,
It's nothing
oh,
wrong with that.
I was
I
gonna
know
say, I
in
think
many
they
a
said the
ways.
industry didn't want them to be together. Angie said that the industry played a big part of them not being together,
The
as
only
far as
issue, the
keeping them
only
apart.
the only issue somebody will have with somebody that's 13 and 19 is thinking if that was their daughter that was 19. But
hold on, baby. Did you say 13 and 19?
oh, I mean 19 and 30, 19 and 30. I was 19 and 30,
Ah,
Ni-
ah.
19 and 30. I'm trying to look at the screen, talk, and the phone.
Hold on. Big Mama think I got her muted. Big Mama, I don't have you muted. No wonder you ain't interrupt nobody yet. I don't have you muted, Big Mama. Okay. You probably want to go down and come back again. But Anna, I'm so happy that you came back. I really did not want to lose you, Miss
We
Anna.
missed you and your cowgirl hat.
Yeah, I really like you, Anna.
Thank you.
I really think you put a voodoo on me.
I did not. Stop saying that, Gigi.
Thank you so much.
We like your cats too.
Oh my goodness. I don't have those cats anymore.
You dropped them off at the apartment like I did mine.
You can say that, kind of, sort of.
Mm.
They always land on their feet. They'll be all right.
That's what I said too. But I think in many ways, D'Angelo, without saying it like straight out, Angie, kind of felt as though that D'Angelo was kind of jealous of her. I don't know. So I don't. They don't give me that they were too close.
Mm.
Well, you know, with the son being an entertainer, he's going to necessarily be expected to be in his parents' shadow. Where it's almost like LeBron and his son. His son sucks, but it's still LeBron's son. Whereas, like, maybe whatever expectation was set for the son, he just didn't live up to it, which is
But
fueling.
that's how you. But I think that's how you know he was a mama's boy though too. Because if he was by his dad, you see your dad music videos. You are in no way, shape, or form even close to even looking like this man. Like,
Yeah, I
get
told you the
yourself in the
boy a little.
gym. Go ahead.
Yeah, the boy's a little soft. Not like, I mean, he's just a little soft. Like you can tell he was with his mom. Um, Nothing like his dad at all. You know, if his dad was in his life, I'm sure we would see more pictures.
Right. Yep.
But ain't his dad on them sugar boogers?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Probably on worse stuff than that. He's probably on some very bad stuff.
Yeah, so his mental probably not the right form, and possibly he didn't want to be, at the funeral and people taking pictures and wanted he didn't probably want to make it about him. I don't know. But he's out and I guess he's living in a peaceful life. But Etta, I will say when I heard Mike the boy talking, you should hear him talking, Etta. Like he really, really seemed like he would really love to be around his father, his biological father, even though you
Mm,
don't know much about him, you can just see that hunger and that want and that desire in the interview that he did. And to me, I would have been like, F D'Angelo. But Michael, he's just like, he's so forgiving. And he just like, he just want to be close to him. And that would be amazing to do a show with him. And people are like, you don't understand. Like D'Angelo don't want you. Like he hated you. He left you. He abandoned you. If anything, he's just using you to get some money. Wake up. But honey, he wasn't
right.
trying to hear all that. So it seemed like Michael, kind of naive.
I don't. It see. I don't know. It seems like Michael kind of puts a lot of faults on, in my opinion, faults on Angie. It's like she will say something, he's blowing it off. He's not really listening to her. And to me, she tried to teach him the game. Like she told him in many times what this industry was about. And again, like you said, it's like he's desiring something. He wants that relationship with his dad, and I'm sure Angie might have probably tried to tell him like, you look, this is how your father really is. This is what it is. But a lot of times they blame the parent that stays. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Big Mama, you're back, and I did not mute you, boo.
Okay, Gigi.
Yeah.
Listen, we gonna talk. We talk. Listen, because I like while I was doing this, I was trying to bring it myself back down. I was trying to bring myself back down. So I know that you try to keep peace on your show and stuff like that. But like I said, me and Monique got that mouth. And let me tell you this, I have a problem with people. First of all, let me tell you something. When we feel like we connected to people, we ride or die. I feel like, you understand, because I've been watching you for a while, so I'm ride or die. So I have a problem with people coming over trying to disrespect people that I rock with. Now, listen, we're going to keep it on Angie. But let me tell you this real quick. Let me tell you something, and I tell her, and I have a conversation with her. You understand what that's why,
I
we
don't
try to.
want you guys to have a conversation because it's not necessary. I
I
mean,
know it's not necessary, but this is the thing.
so
Gigi, you got to realize when people coming on your show and See, you might not know it, but I know it. I sense it. I'm telling you, I can sense this. I can call a person card by the snap of my finger. Baby, let me tell you something. She's a liar. Let me tell you something. That's not what Jaguar Wright said, baby. I'm not trying to cut your show off, and we're going to talk about Angie, but I'm just letting you know the girl is not right.
Okay, well, let's not continue down that rabbit hole. Let's not go into that narrative. Let's not go into that storyline.
All right, well,
Let's,
Gigi, you mean you need to find a way to communicate and stuff like that so I can let you know on some stuff.
well, you got my DMs is public. I mean, my email is public. So,
I know you
Oh.
trying to stand on business, Big Mama, but give the lady a pass. She was already dealing
No,
with some
I
stuff
don't give
yesterday.
liars a pass. I don't give devils a pass.
okay, Big Mama, by you saying that, that's nothing but putting more stuff in the fire.
Yeah, we got to
It's
be
time
love
to
and
Okay,
light.
fix it and
Love
move
and light.
baby,
Can,
baby,
can, I, can I
baby.
say this?
Okay, wait a minute.
Can I say this? I just
Where
want
I,
to say good night. I just want to say good night to everybody. I have work in the morning. It's 1 a.m.
Big Mama,
It's 1 a.m. where I'm at.
see?
I'm actually a driver myself, so
it,
I have to go to bed.
Etta,
well,
do
honey, you be
you got a
careful
message?
out there on that road.
Anna,
Thank you.
I
we
got
gonna
a
Yes.
miss you.
I got
Be
a
safe on that
Thank you,
road.
Gigi. I love your show, Gigi. I'll be tuned in tomorrow. Everybody have a good night,
Anna,
okay?
yeah,
Anna don't deal with no negativity. I love that about Anna. Anna be like, I'm out of this shit. The energy.
Gigi, you ain't gonna just throw me under the bus like that now, Gigi. Now stop it.
Big Mama, where you from?
We kept telling you, and you did not hear how the show was going. We are moving off from that, but then you want to turn it back around just to say your piece, and it's not necessary. It's
Yeah,
not
I listen. I know that, Gigi, and
always get the
I
last
agree with you. I agree with you,
word.
Gigi, and I
Sometimes
do
you just
believe.
move on.
I do agree with you, Gigi. And listen, I telling you, I had to bring myself down. But I'm just saying that I had to bring myself down. I totally agree with you.
Okay,
It's
so
just that I
let's just cease it and just move on. Let's put a bow
okay, we gonna move
on
on
that. Yeah.
we gonna talk, girl.
Where you from, Big Mama?
I'm originally from Baltimore.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because when we mentioned Monique, I feel like the aspect of her humiliation ritual, and by the ritualistic aspect, I'm not talking about as in like this big public display, like with the whole Tyler Perry stuff and her money and stuff, but like a man in a dress kind of thing. When she played that role as the mother, what she did is a light was shown on what.
They said, "You, what's you taking so long, baby?" They said that's the real her.
Wait, who's the real her?
That character she was playing on Precious.
Oh no! I mean, I know, but I mean, we haven't seen. They haven't came out with a movie about what needs to happen to fix something like that. So I know that when I was a kid and I saw that movie, it was a part of me that it corrupted, and it wasn't easy to watch, and it still isn't the easiest thing to watch. And
I'm
it
sorry.
also,
Maybe it shouldn't be. Kids shouldn't see that, but you know they gonna watch.
well, I guess more or less where I'm trying to necessarily go with it is,
Baby, did you see that horror movie she was in?
who Monique.
Yeah, you gotta see it. She take out everybody. She take out her whole family.
And see, and that's it. The reading.
I never saw that movie. What's
Real
the name of that movie, Gigi?
baby, go watch that movie. You gonna trip
Yeah,
out
check that
with
one
all
out.
your ritual stuff that you be doing. You gonna trip out, baby, when you see that. What's the
Yeah,
name?
I mean, it's a good movie, but
I like it. It's scary. It's scary.
see, baby
What's
gotta
the
he
name
gotta
of that movie,
realize that
Gigi?
It's a horror movie. It had a lot of gore in it, and
No,
she going around like she like
I,
Jason or Freddy Krueger or something. Like she's a
that
monster.
movie was good.
What's the name of it, Big Mama?
It's called a reading.
It's called The Reading. It's about the psychics and stuff, the baby. You gotta watch that. I bet you're gonna have a whole bunch of conspiracy stuff.
But see,
yeah,
this the thing is see, you can't don't look at the actor, look at the producer, look at the people that's over it, from their mind. Where did they produce that movie from in their mind?
Well, she
See, the
did play
actors,
the role. She
the
read the
act that
role.
see
I
she's a
don't
good actor.
I don't care. I just know baby stance. So I like to see where baby is going because he have a certain mind and a certain perspective that we don't get to see often. It's so different. So I like to throw stuff his way just to see where he's going to take it.
Right.
But I enjoy the movie. It's nothing to me, but I know, his perspective is different.
Gigi.
Yes, April.
Hello.
Yes.
Gigi. I,
April said hello. Shit. Answer me. Shit.
I was trying to wonder, could you hear me?
April said hello. Go ahead, April.
Yeah, I want to ask you. I'm not sure if it's the wrong thing for me to ask you, but I think the last time I talked to you, Gigi, remember I asked you, that Angie Stone, did she know Pastor Jamal Bryan personally? Is that's why he at that church now to replace Bishop Eddie Long New Birth? Did she know him personally, Angie Stone, Pastor Jamal Bryan?
Who's the new
Eh,
birth to the church we used to go to with Alex?
Huh?
You want
Didn't
you
who
want
was it?
me to
Who
answer it?
texted people? The pastor?
The pastor that died.
What's his name?
Mm. Do
Huh?
do anybody know the
Eddie
answer?
Long.
Hold
Yeah,
on. Maybe
Yeah,
Sean does.
Eddie Long.
yeah, I
I
do.
went to New Birth.
Um,
Let Sean talk because she been real quiet and respectful. Everybody, but Sean been so quiet
well,
and
no,
not.
I listened to New Birth, and Jamal Bryant made a video saying that Angie Stone was the reason he was at that church. They had
That's true.
interviewed over 150 people, and they weren't satisfied. And she said herself, "You need to go get Jamal Bryant." And he said that's the reason he got that job at that church. So
That's
she's
true.
helped a lot of people, a
That's
lot
true.
of people.
Lock the doors.
That's so true. No, we're not talking about him. We're talking
No,
about Jamal Bryant. Jamal Bryant.
yeah,
He has a
but
church
that,
in Baltimore.
but April, that's the reason he's there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Were they close friends?
Now I can't say that.
Mm-mm.
All I can say is go look at the video. I'm like Stone. I'm not gonna put words in his
Yeah, I
mouth.
get
He
what you're
said
saying. I get it.
hey,
Yeah.
he said
Okay.
that she was
Yeah.
the reason. She had to know him. She had to know him, and she had to be close to him for her to put her name out there on the line and say, "Go get him." And he's the
Uh,
right fit for that church.
Angie Stone. Angie Stone. I don't think she knew Mr. Bryant personally. What happened was somebody gave Angie Pastor Bryant's name. See,
Oh,
nobody.
okay.
A lot of people don't know that Angie was the one that like made the final decision to make a person a star. You understand? So when she gave the okay, they followed Angie and they put that person on. When she met Pastor Bryant, somebody gave her Pastor Bryant gave Angie Pastor Bryant name to be like an option. Pat
Oh, okay.
she chose out of everybody else, she chose Pastor Bryant to be the pastor over that church.
That's a lot of power right there. I didn't
Yeah,
know
it
that.
is.
Hmm.
Angie done brought a lot of people on. A lot of people. They wouldn't be stars today if it wasn't for Angie.
That's
She
good
had that
history.
power. She had that power.
That's why we have to keep her name lifted up and keep a
Hmm.
spotlight on it
Hmm.
until we find out what happened to Angie.
Angie, when I think about Angie remind me so much of me as far as the good-hearted person. Or she'll take her shoes off. Now I'm telling you, Angie would take her shoes off and give to somebody. And that's the same type of person that I am. You understand what I'm saying? But when you got and people have a tendency of running over people like that, mistreating them, violating them, and things like that. So I can imagine what Angie was going through, especially when you just got a genuinely love for people. Then on the other side, she had a spiritual side. You understand when they said, you love people like God would love them. So she had her personal love that she had for people. Then she had the godly love. So that's two things on her. You understand that could probably have been, and I wouldn't say a mistake. I wouldn't say a mistake because it wasn't a mistake how God made my heart. But the thing is that God teaches you and who to help.
Yes, I was trying to say, I've have anybody made the correlation that any event that Angie Stone didn't pass away and she continued to proceed with figuring out what happened to her masters, it's probably 1,000 or 500 or 300 or maybe 1,000 or 2,000 artists that also have a deep need to go and check for their masters, and they're probably getting robbed too. So it was probably a matter where it's like, all right, let's go ahead and nip her in the bud because she could be that domino that changes the whole music industry. Because if
That's
this
what
happens
happened.
to such a
Well,
big name, it could happen. You know, like it could happen to anybody.
I'm glad you brought up her masters. Gigi, with her masters just being 25,000, why Clyde Davis didn't just buy the masters himself rather than trying to take her out? I'm just saying, if the price of the masters was that low,
Mm.
why would I
Well,
mean, why
Sean,
wouldn't somebody
It
just buy
probably
it?
wasn't even twenty five
Sean, you
thousand.
have people that are saying Clyde Davis have nothing to do with it. Remember, you have those people. So,
Yeah.
from that perspective, they feel like Clyde Davis has nothing to do with it, and this betrayal is from her own inside party. Okay, then you do have another side perspective that feel like Clyde is all behind it. So I don't know that answer to that question, but people in the comment section, you heard a question. What do you think about it?
I was just wondering because that wasn't. I mean, for 25,000, one of us
Also,
could have bought that.
Clive Davis is 92 years old. So what is he gonna do with it? Get buried with it?
What did you say?
Clyde Davis is 92 years old, so I don't think he would have much use for it unless like he's gonna get buried with it.
It's not about that. It's about the
No, it's
money.
not about that. It's catalog is very powerful.
Do you know that the high elites and stuff have life insurance on every celebrity, every rapper,
N- n-
everybody in the industry?
I believe it, but I'm more or less just trying to necessarily correlate this to Clyde Davis. If he purchased the Masters, he would have to put it in his will. He's 92.
The different thing about elites, they can never
Mm-mm.
have, I mean, money, they can never have enough money. They always
Mm-hmm.
want more, and they always want power, and they always want to show you that they have the control. It's not really about the money itself, it's having control over what you can do and when I want to let you go and all of that stuff like that, and how I can shelve you. I'm just saying, they just want control over your life.
But I hear what Baby is saying. I think
Mhm.
I don't know. This is what I'm assuming his perspective is. I think that his perspective is more so like Clyde Davis. Yeah, he is a monster, but that was yesterday's monster. It's a new monster, and you guys don't even see the monster because you're so blinded on these old monsters. Also, and just like this, people are really focused on a lot of old networks in Hollywood, but they don't realize the new Hollywood is social media. They don't realize social media is the Hollywood. Social media is the current monster, but nobody is blaming social media. I mean, YouTube with all these kids that's getting taken advantage of by their parents, and these parents making them do a lot of sexual thing for views, and they got websites catered to 13-year-old girls, but you have to be 18 to get on there, and it still goes on. The government is not doing anything about these websites, and nobody make a sound because everybody is focused on yesterday monster, but they can't see the current monster. Am I right, baby? I don't know.
Oh
I
yes,
mean, yeah,
ma'am. 100%.
Okay.
you're right, Gigi, because we got to see that in real time yesterday and today.
But see, Gigi
Um,
is right. She's right. But the thing is it's old monsters, but the old monster trains the new monsters.
Not necessarily. Some monsters birth from a different breed because sometimes they kill them off and it's something new. It's to me, it's almost like a virus. or bacteria. You always have new viruses, new bacteria, new things that's just eaten away. And over time, they get more and more crazy. But the chicken pox and the covina, I don't think they came from each other. Shit, they're just a new goddamn monster. Yeah.
So
I
let me
don't.
ask you this, Gigi. Who do you think taught the diddler?
Who do I think taught the diddler?
Man,
Uh-huh.
I
he
think his
was.
mama.
Man, I think P
No,
Diddy.
no. Oh, that started there. That's where the womb started.
Well,
But
you
who, as far as in the
said that's
industry,
who started.
yeah, who
Industry.
taught him?
Okay, Big Mama, let me break it down again. Okay. If your mom is not teaching you integrity and values and instilling that in you, you already set up from the start. So if his mom is pushing, money is power, and he's watching his mom turn tricks and all this sexual deviancy, he's looking at this. This is something to do. I want to have more power so my mom won't have to whore herself, and this is what men do, because he see these men coming in as a powerful status and treating his mama like a hoe. So no, and probably beating on his mama. He probably seen his mama get her ass whooped several damn times. So I do really think that foundation, it plays a lot on the road that these individuals gonna grow up to be. And I think he was a monster when he was a child. Of course, and all that and all that. That's just my opinion, but I know you're talking about the industry. I don't know, but that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, you're totally correct, Gigi. The thing is, his nasty ways was installed in him from a child. But
We
you have the growing up, and then you have the industry.
we
You
we.
understand what I'm saying? I'm asking you, like, who do you think taught the diddler once he crossed over into the industry?
It could be that P Diddy taught the industry. Money,
No, no,
money changes people. So
no.
just hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah,
Okay,
You
I'm
know,
here.
because I agree with Baby.
I think that if we look at a lot of black people in general, since they were young, they probably had a sexual nature that
Let's
maybe.
go with that S word and
Oh,
humble
okay. They
stuff.
probably had a nature that probably really wasn't too good. So, but in P Diddy's case, it's a man that just got away with the murder, or with the, I'm sorry, with the
Taken
delete,
out, unaliving.
with the unaliving of the notorious Big. Plus, he's had a handful of artists that he's piggybacked on, and television shows and clothing, to where he's amassed this great fortune. And when somebody's sitting in a position where they feel like they can do whatever they want because they've been doing whatever they want without warrant and without justice, then these desires and these different fantasies, no matter how gross they may be to us, it's a aspect of the freedom that he possesses, and it's a matter of, you don't really
A lot
need nobody to teach you how to be
cut
weird.
you off, baby. A lot of powerful men get into that. I mean, over in Dubai, they're supposed to be so religious,
Yeah,
get into a whole bunch of freak stuff
well,
because they're powerful. But I
yeah.
also want to say about some of you guys have this mindset like it's a baton, like a relay race, where you have one monster pass the baton to the next and pass. That shit do not be happening. Like a fantasy, like a lot of people want it to be. I think of Kai Cenat, he's famous, but who taught him how to be him? Nobody. Shit. Ain't nobody gave me a motherfucking baton. Hell. I think a lot of you all will wish that people will bring people up and help and give a baton to help and push. That's a fantasy. But oftentimes that don't really be happening. I mean, Trump, who taught Trump to be the president? I think he's his own monster. Hell. Same with Putin, same with all these leaders. Elon Musk, who gave him the power? Did Elon's come from another guy that was just as smart and powerful? I don't know. I haven't heard it, because usually you hear those stories. And then look at Bill Cosby. Is his son still alive? I don't hear shit about his son. But just like you made the point, baby, about LeBron and his son, he can't pass no fucking baton. They just different. And that's just how it is. So, that's just how I see it. I think that these monsters or come creation when they 12, 13, 14 years old. Shit. Like 50 Cent. I don't think nobody gave him a motherfucking baton. He's his own monster. But he was forming to be a powerful man when he was in his teens. You know? That's just my thoughts on it. And I think the upbringing has a lot to do with, going forward. That's just my thoughts.
Gigi, I wanted to ask you in the panel, like Angie Stone funeral, like Kurt Franklin was there, Tamala Mann, and I think it was another gospel singer was there. But I was wondering, like, 'cause I think Angie Stone, I think she was friends with some of the other gospel singers, 'cause I think she was cool with Kim Burrell. But I wasn't. I was trying to. I'm not sure was she friends like with the Clark sisters. Cause I wonder, why come they wasn't there?
Sean, why wasn't a Clark sisters there? You know more about the gospel stuff.
I don't know. I'm just saying Angie had her certain circles that she was around, and it was a lot of singing going on there already. I mean, it was a long funeral. Her
God,
best friend said that she heard more singing than she had heard in a long time, but I haven't heard of, and Big Mama may know a little bit better than me on that part right there. I haven't seen her with the Clark sisters or heard of her being with the Clark sisters.
got it. Well,
Well,
we're going to
normally,
transaction. Hold on. If you guys know that answer, please let know. And Big Mama, I'm going to get to you. I just want to answer this question. Gigi, I think
Mhm.
that Bill Cosby children are dead. So y'all hear that? All his kids are dead.
Now, I know his son is dead.
Oh well,
I know.
son is dead. Well, I
Hmm.
don't know
I'm
everything.
not.
I
I don't
made
know about the other ones, but I know his son is dead.
that comparison because Bill Cosby, he is a phenomenal entertainer. And if he was going to pass down anything, it was his work, his discipline, his phenomenal ways of being a director or writer, but he did not pass that down to his son. I'm sure he probably tried to. And a lot of you parents have tried to pass shit down to y'all, but it's up to you if you're going to accept it or not. And a lot of y'all don't. A lot of y'all do your own thing. You become your own angel or your own monster. A lot of you come from a monster parent, but you decide and you're an angel and vice versa. So I don't think it's always somebody, teaching. I don't think it's a lot of mentors out there. Everybody on the panel, do you guys have a mentor, a life mentor
I,
right now?
I I am, yeah, I have one, but I'm also a mentor. I think that, the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child, makes it very important for us to have a mentor, if not several of them.
So is that where you get your ideas from?
It's definitely a mix. I
Oh,
do my best not to exclude the advice of the elders. I want to tell a story if possible. They have
who
this.
sent you, baby? Did the higher up sent you?
Um, yes, yes. I'm not ashamed to say that.
I knew it. I knew it. Hold on. April, do you have a life mentor?
No, to be honest with you, no.
Big Mama, who is your life mentor?
Jesus, that's it.
Oh, let me take that back. My mom. My mom is my mentor.
Really? Sean, who is your mentor?
I really learn from everyone I'm around. I call myself an autodidact because I learn from the environment and learn from everybody that I come in contact with. I take a piece away and I try to make myself better by being exposed to different people and different ideas and all of that. So life is my mentor.
Got it. Well, I guess I'm
Mhm.
in the same boat as you, Sean, because I don't have a mentor. When I was growing up, you're supposed to have a spiritual advisor and mentor and all that, but I just didn't relate to a lot of goddamn mentors. And when it comes to my father being a mentor, I don't like a lot of his ways. He cheap as hell, his lifestyle.
Gigi.
Yes, he cheap, and I don't like cheap. I like to enjoy life. I want to enjoy the quality of stuff. If something happened to my something at my house, I want the best to fix it. He would rather do the cheap way and have more problems, and he complains a lot. And I don't, so I can't look to that as, of course I learned some shit, but and then my mom, Ah, I love her. I love her. But as far as a mentor, I'm so hard headed. Everything she tell me to do, I do it the opposite. I'm very rebellious with her, because I just don't see the eye to eye a lot of times. But she respected, just like this, for instance, right? I was going to take a road trip. And when I told her I'm taking a road trip and the road trip is 10 hours, do you know this woman started, oh, I have a headache. Why would you do that? It's so dangerous. Why would you do that? And she is like freaking out. And I'm like, what in the F is wrong? I'm just taking a road trip. It's nothing. Pray about it. You're a prayer warrior, ain't you? Pray. Goddamn. You
That's how I feel too, Gigi. I'm like, okay, I'd rather not tell you what I'm gonna do
I
than for you to be worried me about it.
Oh,
don't
Gigi, let me take that back. I do have some mentors. I have like some of my cousins. Like I got cousins that's older than me and aunties. Because I have a lot of women in my family. I look up to them as like mentors. They teach me a lot about life. And also, I have a friend. She's like a big sister to me. I look up to her as a mentor. Yeah.
I would say right now the roles has reversed. I think my parents look to me as a mentor because I get them together. You know what I mean? I tell my mom right now, I said, listen, stop allowing people to take advantage of your niceness. Say no sometime. Okay. Say no sometimes. I'm so tired of you getting stressed out of other people worries. Stop letting that shit stress you out. You have that choice. You think that you have to solve everybody's problems, and you don't. You put that burden on yourself. So, of course, I learned from both of my parents, but they're not like a mentor. Like, oh my God, I look up. Your characteristic is something. No, I don't got none. I am looking for one though. But go ahead, baby. Talk about who sent you and stuff.
Okay. What I would say is along the topics of mentors. Um, as far as Black people, at least, it's becoming increasingly more important that we have good individuals that can really guide us by the hand and tell us, if anything, what not to do, and that takes somebody with experience in life. A lot of times, the youth or somebody may feel like they don't need help and that they can do it all themselves, and that probably is true, but it's a matter of, you know
Baby, where are those men at? Because it's a lot of them that don't feel that way. They want to get baby. They want you to do everything for them. I
well
I
well
think there's somebody that feel like I can do it myself. To me, that's ambition. Like you're gonna find a way. You're gonna if somebody say you can't make it, that person is gonna be like, I'm gonna make it and I'm gonna prove you wrong. And eventually they probably fail a whole bunch of times, but they make it. And you hear those stories when people say, well, I failed, I failed, I failed. Those are the people that's like, I can do it by myself. And they figure things out and they become the leader.
yep. They say fish are born swimming. Everything in the ocean is pretty much self-sufficient, meaning that when they're in that water, they got to figure it out. But as far as us men are concerned, especially as Black men, it all of our problems stem from a lack of culture. um You know, if you look at every culture in this world, they have some form of rites of passage for the men and for the women. Whereas in America, our rites of passage for men is either going to be something very positive or something very negative. It's either going to be something positive like sports, uh, maybe performing in your career, college, something of necessarily the upper echelon. So it's going to be something like a game where, these kids, they get beat up and they feel tougher. And in
Well, that
reality,
sound like you're talking about gang initiation.
yes, ma'am. Going to rites of passage. Think about the bar
Yeah.
mitzvah, or think about, you
But
know,
those are all, yeah, those are followers and they do have mentors and that gang stuff. But I guess that's another thing too. For me, for you to be a mentor of mine, you gotta be like what I inspire to be or something like that. I remember I had a mentor and I didn't relate to this mentor, but he was a mentor because he was so great, you know. But okay, this is what my mentor wanted me to do, right? Listen, y'all, I ain't ashamed. I'm not a 4.0 student. My reading is not the best. Do y'all know he wanted me to read books? What the fuck? Man, I want to walk out so fast. I'm not reading this shit. Hell, hell. He talking about you got. I want you to read this lawyer document. I'm like, listen, that's too much big words, jitters and shit. Nigga, what the fuck? It was so unrelatable, and he had these big tasks for me, and it was just felt so overwhelming, and I didn't want to be like him. I wanted his success, but I looked at his life and everything. To me, he was born as a motherfucker. But I was appreciated the time, but it was a nightmare for me. It was so, I remember going to dinner with him and his friends and stuff, and I just felt so dumb. They were talking with big words and acting all bougie and shit. I thought I was bougie because I was wearing designer clothes, but hell, I'm not bougie like that because they on some educated, higher learning type shit. Okay. And of course you would think, well, you should be around them, but no, because I'm not going to relate, and it's just going to push me off, and it's going to make me feel awkward because there's no relatability there. So you have to, for me, I can't adapt to everybody. I'm very picky. I know I'm off subject. Let's get back to Angie.
No,
Big, what you
I was gonna say you shouldn't relate to everybody like that. I mean, it made you who you are today.
thank you.
If you had taken that road right there, you would have been somebody else. You would have been him.
I,
It wasn't for you to be him. It was for you to be you and follow your own path.
thank you, Sean. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm so happy I did it, Sean. I'm so happy.
I know you are. I know you feel freer.
I would be stuck in a damn marriage. I'd be so damn miserable being stuck up and acting like I'm better than everybody else because I'm so educated and I'm this and I'm that. And I'd be talking about all these other people. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
and I'm glad I'm not like that. And I don't want to be like that. Whew.
You had to follow your own path, and now you have your own tribe. You have look how many followers you have. Look how many people you inspire on a daily basis. You
Mm.
come here and you give us nuggets of wisdom, and you allow us to speak. And
Got over 1,000 people in here right now. Like
yeah,
Oh, thank y'all.
we moving,
One thing I
we
like about you,
moving.
Gigi. One thing I like about you, Gigi. You very street smart.
Thank you. See, when I was growing up, April, I was told that, you have to be so educated to make it. Like if you didn't have a college degree and you wasn't this, you wasn't gonna be shit with your life. You ain't shit. You ain't nobody, you know? So things clearly have changed, right? Because all the people that said you was gonna be nobodies, they end up somebodies. And I think a lot of people are mad that a lot of nobodies turned out to be somebodies. I'm just saying.
they do. They really do because they really wish they could be you,
Yeah,
be that free spirit and all that stuff like that too. Baby, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
okay, I was just wondering. I mean, you speak with a lot of knowledge for your age. I knew you were young, but I
Yeah.
just didn't know. And where are you from?
I'm originally from Jacksonville, Florida, but I've migrated a wide array of places. I stayed in Atlanta, Louisiana, Memphis, or Memphis, Tennessee. Um,
I know I can't put my finger on your accent. I'm Southern, but I can't put my finger on your accent at all. And I'm like,
just,
okay, where is he from? But your vocabulary is very. You speak very well.
he
thank you very
does.
much.
I'm very proud of you. You don't have a lot of young men that know how to get up and articulate their thoughts and their words and stuff like that. Your mom really raised you well.
Thank you very much. What I think with our black men, wherever we are, a lot of times we struggle to really understand what our blackness means, because we have to look at what it means in our society. But when we look historically, slavery is what's necessarily pushed down our throats. They tell us that we come from kings and queens, but we don't really have a lot of information or references to those kings and queens. But I honestly the true answer to all black
But hold
problems.
on, baby, because you talking about kings and queens. I got some questions with that. Oh, okay. See, I get so lost, and I know we should not go here, and I want to get back on Angie, but I'd be so lost with the black community because one minute y'all tell me I'm not from Africa, y'all tell me I'm from America, I'm here, this is my land.
Okay.
Then you tell me kings and queens. Okay, well, what tribe? Because back in Africa, they have so many damn kings and queens and so many damn tribes. And then
Okay.
you don't want to accept all of Africa because they be having some looking things. And I know the clear people, they saw them as demonic because they were so different with all that stuff in their face and all that makeup and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, so it's like, well, hell, black is so big. So what part of Africa? Then if was kings and queens, then why did the kings and queens sell our asses out to the clear people?
Yeah.
Because they
Yeah.
wanted to betray us. Hell,
To
so I don't know. A lot of stuff be like, you know what? Y'all got so many narratives. Then y'all say that you the real Israelites. I don't understand. Y'all is everything.
the
I can't follow.
the Israelite stuff comes way after anything that you may find in something tribally or within a certain group of people. As far as where you ask a question, well, what kind of tribe are we? Or what kind of African are we? I've come to find out that it doesn't really matter what uh, African culture you look at. They're all gonna necessarily have something that is gonna reside to the African in America because with us technically being a lost people, a people displaced from our cultures and our traditions and all the things that give us our identity.
On, baby. I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to. Now, all Africans do not see themselves the same because
Sure.
we see it and we generalize that, and that's a mistake on our part because we're ignorant. But when you go to Africa and these tribes, they have their own pride. You have a lot of Africans that do hate other tribes. They was fighting against each other in wars and stuff, and they have a long, feud. And also on the west side of, was it the east or the west? The west, is it the East? I think the Eastern Africans, they don't see themselves as black or African either. You know what I mean? They see them totally different. They look down on
Well,
black
this is
Americans
what I was
and
saying.
Africans.
What I'm more or less speaking about is the problems we face presently in America and maybe like in the United Kingdom, which I don't really know what's going on. So I'll say specifically for us here in America, because as far as it being just this global answer for all black people, that we're
That
going.
ain't gonna never happen because we ain't all the
Yeah, yeah, you're all going through different stuff, but as far as necessarily us black people here, we got to think about, all right, what kind of mistakes we may necessarily have, whether that's our young women choosing certain lifestyles, our young men choosing certain lifestyles that's not necessarily conducive to what's best for them or best for our blackness as a whole, but
what blackness as a whole. You got a whole continent full of black people in Africa. What
well,
continent as a whole?
Well, what I mean on blackness is as far as our blackness here in America. So
But why separate it? Like, who cares? When you die, are they going to have a separate section for Black Americans?
it could.
Oh, man.
hey, hey, hey,
All this stuff is just, to me, it's made up to divide people even more. Hell, if the world was just Black Americans, the Black Americans gonna be fighting each other based on colorism, featureism. I mean, humans, they're always going to compare and compete with each other. So I
I'm,
don't fall
I'm
victim into all that.
listen, I'm not here to convince anybody. But I will say that as far as the problems we African Americans endure, it's not because the American aspect. Because if we look at the American aspect, the white man, the Chinese man, the Jewish man, the Mexican man, they're all great because of their cultural heritage. And we're great because of we run high, we jump high, our women's bodies look good and they look good and we're
I,
smart.
I
And
hear what you're
that
saying.
was
It seemed like the black, and we're gonna move past this, and we're gonna get to Big Mama because I know she can push us back in Angie.
okay.
But the to me, the black culture is more consumed with what people think of them versus what they think of themselves and just empower themselves. They too concerned about how they're coming off. They care about
How
the
how
aesthetic
how how,
outside versus fixing inside. It
how
seems very superficial.
how can we as a people not be concerned with how we carry ourselves and how people are accepting us when we're not getting the same result as other cultures and other people?
Well, you're never gonna get the same results. Even if you try to be like them, that ain't gonna happen. Shit.
Well, the maybe we won't see it in our lifetimes, but when you ask the question, what would allow us to get those same results? Well, we got to look and say, well, these people have been doing the same things for 1,000 years, two
You're
thousand.
not, but you're not them. So that's not gonna happen. If I was them, you're never can sit with us because you're not in our bloodline.
No, listen,
Our
listen. It,
bloodline.
as
But I
far
feel like as far as the look goes, I mean, I don't know. Because like I said, African is huge. And I see a lot of I've never been to Africa and I don't want to go. But
yeah.
I see a lot of them people on the internet and they be looking,
No, I
but
wasn't talking about Africans. I was talking about like Chinese people, Mexican people.
they all look different too. I mean,
Well,
they
no, no, we're not talking about looks, but look at how there's this picture in America where you go to a couple blocks in the hood, you're gonna see a few people that own stores, and they ain't gonna be black people, you know. So I'm necessarily speaking about the creed of those people
you
that.
want black people to run the stores. I'd be honest with you. I don't know if I Keisha and Ray Ray and Pookie running that goddamn store, you know it's gonna be a
But
mess.
we're only Keisha, Ray Ray, and Pookie due to lack of culture. That's it. We would probably have much more inclusive individuals within our societies, or we would have a different stereotype. We would necessarily have a different expression if what we expressed was different. What I'm saying is the expressions of these different ethnic groups is an expression of things they've been doing for 1,000 years or 2,000 years. It
Okay, well,
is relative to a couple years here because we've been rebuilding. We were just slaves supposedly, and now we're having to.
well, not all slaves, because they said black people was slave masters too. That's what somebody showed me on my podcast. He said his grandfather was a slave master. So they said all black people was not slaves. See, everybody got their own thing when it comes to the black community. So let's move on. I wish everybody well in the Games of Thrones. Uh uh
Gigi,
Big
on
Mom.
G, oh,
I'm here.
Oh, girl, hold on. Can we give it up for Big Mama? Big Mama.
What?
Girl, you are doing too good, girl.
Girl, you better stop playing.
I'm just saying, girl, I want to give you a hug right now.
Stop playing with me, Gigi.
You know I love you, Big Mama. Big Mama will cut your ass off in a heartbeat and keep
Girl,
on.
I,
Big Mama,
girl.
can you drive us back to Angie?
Okay, well, the young lady asked a question, and this is my thought on it. Um, I looked at everybody pretty much that performed at Angie's funeral. I think her question was, why didn't more people come, this and that or whatever. But I looked at everybody that performed, and the people that pretty much for perform pretty much I will say is underneath probably their own stuff. You understand? They ain't got nobody running them, telling them what to do, this and that or whatever. Vice versa, if somebody like very popular passed away, I don't know if they going to do it, but 9 out of 10, normally when somebody passes away, they give them like a memorial dedication thing where all the celebrities show up and they honor that person. I don't know if they're going to do that for Angie, but the reason why people did not pop up and stuff because a lot of the celebrities and stuff is under certain people, and certain people, I believe, probably didn't show up. You understand? Because if they show up and they're under that certain elite person, it's almost like, you understand, a slap in the face. Now you think about all the people that Angie has helped. You would have thought a lot of them people would have showed up at her funeral, but they didn't. They didn't. So all the people that performed, the few people that did perform at her funeral are mainly people that's not under like that certain elite people. They underneath their own stuff, their own label, their own, you understand, this and that or whatever, where you understand, oh, you're not gonna tell me not to go, you understand, to her funeral.
Got
Oh,
it.
you ain't gonna tell me what to do. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Everybody, if you look at it, they pretty much it was like really one person, you understand, that was there. You understand, that was representing the high elites. But I mean, that's my answer to her. But
Right now, I just want to say about this Angie Stone. I wonder sometimes, Angie, what is she doing now? Like, what is she thinking? You know, is she looking at the people that caused this? You know, is she helping people behind the scenes? Because just because people don't speak out about it, I feel like it doesn't mean that people are not working behind the scenes. Hell, you
I
know,
believe I believe that Angie is. I think her spirit is
people.
causing.
There you
I
go,
think.
cut me off.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gigi.
There you was he. I let her speak, right? But I did cut you off too. But But just like the evil do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, I think the good people gonna do a lot of stuff behind the scenes too. Now, who are these good people? I don't know who they are. Um, but then you think, well, shit, if they was good people, why wasn't they helping Angie? When she was alive, possibly they were. I don't think Angie would told everybody, every single person that she was talking to her and helping her find what's going on. I'm just trying to be hopeful with it. Or do you guys honestly, can I ask an honest opinion? Press one if you feel like the police is not going to arrest anybody in this case for Angie's being unalive. Press one if you feel like the police ain't going to arrest nobody. Okay. Press one if you feel like that. Press seven if you feel like the police this year is going to make an arrest in the connection of Angie being unalive, and they're going to label it Angie was taken out of here. Because the news have already labeled it as an accident and they have yet to change their mind. They have moved on from the story. They don't talk about no story no more. Okay. Okay. Only people that's talking is the YouTubers, and it's only a handful of us, and that's it.
I
Sean,
think I think I think when the insurance company started doing the forensics behind all of that, I think that somebody is going to go to jail for it. Because if they have to do
it
a
has
pay
to happen though.
for that,
How long
they're gonna
is
get.
time? Sean,
Huh?
how long is the forensic shit gonna take?
Well, I'm just saying, as far as like the forensic paperwork, when I'm saying like forensic accounting and stuff like that, following the money trail and following what's going on, like she said, those iPhones and all that stuff like that, it holds a lot of data.
I'm
I
saying
mean,
off
you'll be
topic, we want to come back, you guys. Can you guys give me an idea roughly how long this off topic? I want to know time, date.
with the autopsy, it can take a while. By her being a celebrity, they're not gonna just come out and just say, oh, okay, this is
Like
this
a
and this
year?
is that. No, it's not gonna take no year. And I wish Stone was here. He'll give
It's
us
gonna
he'll
take
give
two
us the exact.
years.
But no, I do feel like if the insurance company is cost a lot, if it costs them a lot of money behind the scenes, somebody's gonna pay for that. I don't think they're gonna just let somebody get away with it and then they have to do a big payout. Somebody's gonna be at fault.
And I think that is different. I think it's really different. I think that is a prolong for the simple fact because it's things that they know that was not right. Because let me give you an example. My husband was sick and I was transporting him from one state from Georgia to go to come to Baltimore. He passed away in the car and I had to take him to the hospital. He was going through North Carolina. So in my mind, I'm like, I'm taking him home. I'm taking him to Baltimore. You understand? But my family was like, Prue, you cannot drive that man from North Carolina to Baltimore. I'm glad I listened to them. But what I'm saying, I'm telling y'all that because he was in the car, he died in the car. They had a person come to the hospital. So I'm saying this because it ain't really got to take that long. They had somebody come to that hospital in the time frame that I was at that hospital that same day. They had a coroner come in and they had to check him, you understand, and do all this stuff, this and that or whatever. You understand, to make sure that it was not foul play. You understand? Because if it was foul play, you understand, I'm probably sure I was going to be arrested. But they had to find out and make sure that it was not foul play. So a coroner was called there to the hospital, and they did exactly what they did that day. You understand? To make, to release me, to say, okay, it wasn't foul play. So I think in different cases, it shouldn't take that long. But if you got people that's doing things or is foul play in it, oh yeah, they'll stretch it out as long as they can.
I'm so sorry to hear that for you, Big Bone. I'm real
Yeah,
sorry to hear
thank
that for you. That
thank you.
happened, and you were in the car. Were you in the car alone?
Yeah, we was traveling. No, we was all together.
Oh, okay.
Have you,
Hmm.
Gigi, did Sharon send information to like report for the Angie Stone stuff?
I didn't hear what you said. What is that?
Did Sharon send the email for the hotline to report for everybody like to call for?
I don't know. I think they just said call some type of line. I'm not sure. But Sean, I'm gonna put you down. I'm gonna close it out. I just want to say I appreciate everybody for tuning in.
It was my pleasure, my pleasure, my pleasure. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Y'all have a good night.
Good
Hmm.
night, good night,
Good
baby.
night.
So,
Last words, Big Mama.
yeah, a word of encouragement and stuff. This is what I'm picking up. So your platform, Gigi, is to bring awareness of this edgy situation. And I believe with the quiet storm, paperwork and things like that, and y'all, if we keep on, see, they didn't expect us to run Angie name this long. So if we keep on, I truly believe somebody in the end will be arrested. If you keep on, if they keep digging and they keep talking about Angie, something is going to take place. Now you can bank on what I say. If they keep on, see, they thought that they was going to run by now. They thought they was going to run by now, but quiet storm, paperwork, and your platform is keeping Angie alive. Oh, Angie's stirring some stuff up there. She's stirring some stuff up there because Angie wasn't slow. She had a big heart, but she wasn't slow. So you keep your platform, keep talking about Angie. It's going to come out because somebody is going to feel betrayed and people are going to start talking.
Mhm. All right. Thank you, Big Mama. Love you, girl. April,
Oh,
last words.
yeah, I just want to say, Gigi, I just love your platform, and I try my best to join in as much as I can. I enjoy learning from you about the Angie Stone because I believe, I don't think you're not the only YouTuber that's talking about the Angie Stones. I'm glad y'all keeping this up because I agree with the other lady, Big Mama, right? And I believe when February come up. come next year, Angie Stone should be in that Black History recognized, remembering, right along with Rosa Parks and who else? The Civil Rights Movement, Emmett Till's mom, and yep, she should be in that level, Angie Stone. And also too, Gigi, earlier when you said when people told you you wasn't gonna be nothing in life, you proved those people wrong, because I can relate to you to that,
Thank you.
because I'm gonna tell you my situation. I know we gotta leave. Because I have like a disability, and because I always have a hard time with math and reading, and also there are people told me I wasn't I couldn't do this and that, but I proved them wrong. Look at me now.
Right,
I'm
right.
talking to you. You
You are,
know.
and you doing good, April. You always come through. You
Mm-hmm.
always come through. All right, April. Love you. All
Love
right,
you.
guys. I'm out of here. Bye.